All right, good morning, everybody. Atia dua poj borweng mo biro kanyani. Angin I want to catch up program to a little bit late, but munong gimanong kerong koni remoto I don't know. So I hope we will change this in the future. But my name is Alonyo. I will be the MC for today. So we don't have a presenter. If you guys follow the schedule, some of them are not here, but the youth leader is here. So we are going to call Martin up to give his presentations about youth. So Martin, please welcome.
Thank you, and good morning to you, everyone. I want to also apologize, not because we started late, because there's no such thing in this community. You know, every time we start at the time we start. So, but I want to acknowledge everyone that showed up within the reasonable time, waited, enjoyed their breakfast. Thank you, because our job as office leaders, executives, we're supposed to reward those who show up. And we should always acknowledge those who are in attendance. And that is part of the reasons why we're starting at the present time. So thank you to you. I hope that we continue in this effort of being present. Time does not situate what we should do. The only thing that should always matter to us is the cameras rolling. So for me, and those who do not know, I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I've been in the youth office of Ssana for the past 6 years. I've been involved with the community for the past 8 years. My role as a community leader was always as a youth ambassador. I've truly never considered myself a youth president, because youth don't truly want someone to lead them. They want someone to guide them. So I never carried the title of being a president myself. I was acknowledged by my community as the president, and I accepted it well. But for my peers, I've always reminded them that I am a guide, I am an ambassador, and I am here to elevate us. So within my youth office, we've accomplished what we felt were important. And I want to go over some of those things so that we can have an understanding of what it is youth are up to, what are the things youth need to do, and what you as a parent can help assist them in doing. So I want to start with understanding that leadership is a process by which leaders work together to bring about value change by setting priorities and taking action. Leaders should have a clear vision and the ability to attract others to that vision. Those who are involved should mirror the diversity of the local community. Some of our standard operations within our youth office, things that I want to accomplish, things that we are working towards accomplishing, is a community resource and information hub. Ssana has gracefully given us that platform within this general floor. That is where information is shared. That is where resources are identified. Sometimes we get a little bit distracted with sharing social media memes and outside source information or political conversations that are happening abroad. But the reality of what Ssana's general platform, the one that we're all involved in, it is our information and resource hub. We should be sharing information that are happening within our state and giving it to other members to be able to identify within their state or to be able to access within their state. Number two was in our operations, education and achievement and scholarship awards. I think that Ssana has been doing very well with that. We acknowledge our successes. When our children have graduated, we acknowledge them, we promote them. I think we should do more, but we are doing those things. When it comes to scholarship, those are areas that we are all striving for. We're all working hard to identify scholarships, and we trust that our children have done those things, because when they're able to go to school on scholarship, we should be acknowledging that they have done something that is very important, because not a lot of kids are able to attract a scholarship. It takes a lot to attract a school to promote you as a scholarship candidate. Documents community statistics. As a youth office, our job is to document our progress. This is how we start, with recording our conversations. The recordment of our conversations are so important, because this is the tool that the youth that are not here today but you witnessed yesterday will be able to review. These documents are the things that will encourage them to come on time. These documentations are what will inspire them to be in attendance, and this is how we attract our peers. We have to be understanding that it does not matter who's in the audience. The only thing that matters is who you're talking to. So leadership, accountability. Another operation that us as a youth office were focused on. Leadership accountability. We must hold ourselves to our Constitution, and the Constitution must hold us together. That is the point of a Constitution. It is a binding contract. It is the only contract in your life that you never physically sign, but you commit to it, you oblige by it, and you revise it as needed so that it continues to match the growth and development of your constitution. So those are the main 4 areas of standard of operation that we have focused on as a youth office, and we are striving continuously to do those things. So our objectives, what are we actually working towards, right? Sports and activity program. Now, we have come to understand and kind of accept that we have no resources in getting a collective state soccer tournament, a collective basketball tournament. Those things have been done. Those things have been witnessed. And there's a reason why those things continue to fail. Structure, and of course, a balance. The balance of a bank account. Those reasons are what will continue to hinder any kind of collective sport or activity that we do after a conference. Those things are amazing, but the budget doesn't match it. So those are things that we can revert it back to your state. And you can do it amongst your own local members and encourage it. A lot of our youth here, they play basketball for their school, we must be in attendance. They play sports, we must be in attendance. Their debate clubs, we must also be in attendance. These are sports and activities that do not need to happen at the platform of Ssana. It can happen at the state level. And we have to encourage ourselves to remember the most important thing that we must do is show out for our state. If you represent your state or province, show out. Let that community know that you exist. Let that community know that you stand strong. Another objective that we're prioritizing is committee leadership program. Committee leadership program, I believe, needs to happen via Zoom. And what that looks like is we invite our youth peers to attend a training seminar. You join the Zoom session, we'll train you on tactics that are important, that are relevant, that are cutting-edge advancement that all organizations from all demographics are using, and we need to implement them within ourselves. So if we can teach ourselves how to use the platforms, how to use AI, how to use the strategic tools that are available, we can then take it to our state and then teach our peers at that level. We call it PDA, which stands for Plan, Discussion, and Action. It's a program initiative. This is in theory. It has not been produced. The theory behind this is plan, discuss, and action, which means if we plan something, we must execute it by surrounding ourselves with the right individuals who can elevate the discussion. We have to promote a very strong discussion on it. But then the most important thing is how do we act? It's PDA, plan, discuss, and act. This program will always help us bring in ideas from our general members at conferences. It brings in our ideas from state leaderships, puts it into the conversation of a committee that is heading it, and their only job is to execute on that plan. And they take that plan and we give them a time limit of whatever is either 1 month to 3 months, and you must execute that plan and give us an action plan on how we can move forward in there. So the PDA is an in-theory process, and I believe that it would help us grow tremendously. We already know we need to do scholarship fundraising programs. I don't think, and I want to make it clear, anything that I discuss, I never want to dig into your pockets. You're stretched enough. The economy is tough on all of us. And as a parent myself, I understand the weight that you carry. And to dig deep into your pockets, it's overwhelming. So when I speak on this plan, or many plans, I want to understand that we're looking at what we can do from our state. So scholarship fundraising programs, you can walk into any library and you can identify the resources. I visited the Atlanta Library today, amazing place. All libraries to me are amazing because one, you have so much resources available to you. And then you have the computers and the Wi-Fi to access those computers or those systems. So any library you walk into, you go into it's a small book section, it's community board, it always says community board. They have everything that's happening in that month. And then there's a specific booklet. It always says newsletter. It's community newsletter. You can find it anywhere. Once you open that book, it literally has dates. It has the event, and of course there's always a small fee of $10 to $30 that you will pay, and you can go through a class, a seminar, and you can learn about any subject that you want. If you want to learn how to operate your iPhone, it's available. If you want to learn how to use Microsoft, it's available. But the most important thing I said is that you have to put the initiative. You have to go to the library. You have to sign up. You have to commit yourself by paying a fee. I feel like if you put money into something and you don't attend it, then you're the loser. You know, it reminds me of people that pay for conferences and they don't show up. You realize that you paid for this. You know, you put money towards this, and you're telling us that money is serious to you? I can't understand. But we'll leave that for another discussion. And then community outreach program. We have to be involved in our community. We have to truly be involved in our community. And what that looks like to me, there's a lot of our youth that go to the same schools, whether it's middle school, they go to high school, they even start off at elementary. They go to the same school. How are we involved in the PTA? How are we involved in the PTA, the Parent-Teacher and Association? How are we involved in the discussions of what our children are learning? By involving ourselves, and these things are free, by signing up and involving yourself, you get to know what's going on, what advancements your child can get into, the resources that the parents are organizing, and how you can be involved. If there's a group of parents that your friend hangs out with, but the group of parents are getting together and they're planning how they're going to put their children into a certain program because it's going to help them advance their education, why are you not putting your child in that same program? You know, we have to ask ourselves that my child is their friend. Why am I allowing my child to fall behind all because I don't want to attend a meeting to understand what I need to do to get them to that same level? They need to match that energy. So we have to keep in mind that we have to be involved. And we got our churches. We need to be at those churches and gathering our members. We have to be involved at our workplace. If we work as a community at these warehouses, then let's work as a community. Let's go in there and negotiate. Let's go in there and push for things. Let's see what we can obtain from these places that we work and give our all to. They owe us something. They just don't tell you. But we'll leave those things. So those are the objectives that I want us as youth office, and we have been working tremendously hard towards. But I want to remind you, Ssana cannot take care of us. You have to be very clear about the concept of Ssana. Ssana is an umbrella. It protects us. It doesn't take care of you. An umbrella shields you from things to come. But Ssana cannot act for us. Ssana cannot do for us. We must put the effort into Ssana so that Ssana can then represent it. Ssana can uplift it, but it cannot do it for us. We have to do it at the state level, we have to do it at the local presence, and we have to move in that structure. Because everything that we put into Ssana will be elevated for all of Ssana. But you have to bring something in. Always remember that. So we need to ask our youth, because this is the most important question for them. What is it that you need to bring? What materials do we need from you? And this is our question to our youth. So one, you have to be a prospect candidate. You have to be a prospect candidate. To my youth that love to go out and have fun and party and they love the life, it's not your time. It's okay. I want you to understand it's not your time. It's fair. Everyone has their seasons, and your season is just not now. But the ones that we need are the ones that are thinking about how they can make a change. The ones that are angry, the ones that are frustrated because things are staying the same for so long. Those are the ones we want, because that anger can be motivated into momentum. That frustration can be built into a tool. But if you love to have fun and all you think about is fun and passion, it's okay. We'll wait for you. There's no rush. There's no rush. Community isn't going nowhere. So what is it that we need from our youth? We need their contact information. That thing is important. You know, there's a reason why you cannot move or apply for a job or to apply for housing or to apply for aid without your contact information. That is important, and I get it. I truly understand my family. It's a dangerous weapon to give away your contact info. It's very dangerous, you know. But you also have to keep in mind that your information is already available. The information is everywhere without you even knowing. The moment you purchase a cell phone, your information is already broadcast everywhere. So now the question is, how am I going to empower that information? What does my email, my phone number, my address, what does those things mean? In the hands of a youth like myself, I would use that information to help echo that message to your state. I would take, for example, if you gave me that contact information, I can apply for certain things for you within that state. And by apply, all I mean is sign you up. It's a subscription. I will subscribe you to the newsletters in your state so you can receive information. I will subscribe you to local scholarship events that are happening so you can be involved in the information. Remember, to receive information is the key. But if you don't know how to receive it, you're always going to be in the dark. The goal is just to be able to bring information in. And our youth understand this because they sign up for scholarships every year. They apply for jobs every year. To get your name out there is so important. And the only way to get your name out there is to be identified. If you cannot be identified, you will always be unknown. And that's the difference between living in the dark and shining in the light. Your contact information is a door. You can control how that door is used, or you can never use that door. A lot of you don't even know what your credit score is. And that right there is a crime itself. You must know your credit score. Your credit score can be so high right now, you can walk into the bank and they'll give you $50,000 and you don't have to say a word. You just need to sit down, give them your contact information, and let them run it and see what it does. You tell them one word, let me know how much I can receive. And they'll run your information. And they'll sit there and tell you you are approved for $50,000. And you know what you do? You get up and you walk away. Because you don't have a plan. But you know you have access to see. So when you go back and you formulate your plan, you go back and get what you deserve. But without a plan, what are you going to do with that $50,000? What are you going to do with $100,000? What are you going to do with $2.5 million? We can't talk about numbers if we don't know what we're going to do. Because what's going to happen is somebody's going to come knock on your door because the information is there and they're going to tell you what you should do. And you don't know what it is, you're going to do it. Forex, for example. We do what we got to do. But I really believe that with those information, we can advance ourselves in a very strategic way. We can move the pieces in a very deliberate manner, and I know that it would eventually benefit us as a collective. I need our youth. I need to be in contact with our youth. We can identify all the information we need, but if I don't have someone to share it to, then we're always going to lose. I have a youth group that I created it's a Ssana youth group. I have 68 members, 68 youth, and I gathered these youth attending various meetings like this, conferences like this, where I just reached out to them, told them what we're doing. I gave them the idea, the vision. And they loved it. They loved it. Just the way you're loving it now. You love what you hear. It sounds amazing. It feels amazing. But then I tell them the most important part about the information is that you have to do it yourself. That's where things get a little bit, because you have to be the one that make the changes. You have to be the one in your own state sharing the information on that platform. You have to be the one conversating on that platform. You have to be the one engaging on that platform. If you don't do it, it stays quiet. And that's the main thing that holds us back as a youth office, is that once we're together, we're afraid. We're afraid. Why are we afraid when we're amongst ourselves? We can get in here and do a circle dance all day. But when you get people in a group and you tell them to conversate, they're lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to say. So what happens? We start sharing social media memes and let the social media talk for us. But it's not giving us a message. It's telling us an idea, but it's not giving us a message. So we're steady being lost. So we have to figure these things out. And I think that with the youth office, we have to work towards those things. I get the dance floor music already. I feel like I'm at the Oscars. Or getting kicked off. Yes. So I want to conclude on what our agenda. This is just our agenda. This is just what us youth have been working on, right? And I always leave this message because I love this message. It says, we should always keep in mind that we are responsible for how the world perceives us, how our future unfolds, and where we will end up in history. In our relentless efforts to advance our people towards better conditions, to elevate and uphold the greatest responsibility of revitalizing and improving our communities. We must always remember that setting new living standards of quality is our priority. We are responsible for how the world perceives us. Is the number one thing. I don't come here to show you who I'm not. I don't do that. I don't need a cup in my hand to show you that I'm a member. I don't need to talk the most to show you that I'm involved. I show you with the actions that prove I'm a committed member. And that's why the world perceives me. You know who I am because of what I do for us. You know who I am because how I represent us. And that's the most important thing that we need to start with. It's the only way we can change our history is by unfolding our truths. And I put my truth out every single season. Every session we do at these conferences, I show you my truth. And I hope that each of you can understand that I'm showing you the level that our youth should be at. And if you can be past me, I'm even greater happy, because that means I have somebody to compete towards. That means that I still have more to do if you can show me that. So if I'm the best that you say is there, then you must make sure that the rest are meeting me where I'm at. And that is a job that I'm only speaking to you have to meet me there. Your parents can't do it for you. Your parents can't do it for you. They did enough for you. They brought you. They done it for you. They got you where you needed to be. They still feeding you. They still doing your laundry. But you have to be the one to meet me where I'm at. If you love me the way I am, if you love how I carry myself, did I help you today, young man? How did I help you? I gave you what you wanted. You asked me for something, and I gave it to you. That's all it takes. And now what do I have from you? You remember what I said to you? I have 20 years of your effort, right? Because I did one favor. I only did one favor. And you're growing into this community. I have 20 years involved with you now, right? That's how we're supposed to return these favors. That's how we're supposed to act. We look at our youth, we find out what problem they have, we give them a solution, and then we trust that their job from there is to always remember what we've done. I ask every one of you, my elders, my adults, my parents, remember, I'm still learning. I'm still a youth. You say I am. I'm still a youth. So if I am a youth, you're supposed to help me just the same. If I ask for one favor, you're supposed to offer. If I ask for the contact information, ask me why. I've encouraged you to ask me why. But you should help me. If I ask for your child's information and name, their age, and I want to know more about your child, you should offer it to me. Because the favor that I can grant you can be tremendous. I can give you 20 years of bless. Or you can give me nothing. You can go 20 years of the other direction. We have the power to decide. But remember, we have to acknowledge where we're at. So that is what our youth is working towards. These are the things that the youth are working on. And I'll always ask each one of you as my parents, I'm communicating. If you saw in the group chat today who sent that Wi-Fi, remember that's me. Just log my name. Put my name on your phone. You don't have to use it today. You don't have to use it tomorrow. Save my number. Because every time I communicate on there, I'm only bringing you messages. I'm only bringing you information. I don't have social media memes to send to you. I don't have political views to share with you. I only have information. So when you're scrolling through all that noise that's on our platforms and our community page, when you're scrolling through trying to get to the good stuff, just remember my name so you know where that information has been driven from. So that's what I want to share to my youth. I have a platform designed for you. You should meet me where I'm at, and then you should bring your effort. What you're doing in your state, share it. What you're doing for yourself, share it. What you're doing as a collective, share it. Because that is the only way we can advance ourselves to the next level. When we have each other to compete with, man, life is good. Because I'd rather you be my competitor versus you be my enemy. And silence is the enemy of all. Can I keep going? No, let me stop here for now because I don't want to bore you guys. Thank you so much. I'll stay.
Can you guys give it one more round of applause? Because this was a really good information. It was a really powerful information. Right now we are opening the floor for questions. There was a lot of information being put out there. I don't know what you guys catch out of everything, but we are opening a floor for questions. If you guys have a question for Martin.
Good morning, everybody. What's your name? Acholi, I joined what very chalo what you party, what you conference and conference and party. Ungai cha punya berkalo ga mapere taikini. Any chance you walk. Me berakami ene. Munu ke mapere tai. Dong pange. No mo kana dong en kena gikima yan jomo kana kan ma ene ire tek bote more than one kan ma wote kan dong ma wote kan yes gimo kana ma miro gin ki ko gibere miro gite kere donc kono ka ene kono wote me ko yo mani no mo rechingo ge kaperma tekere apo
So I'll answer many of your parts. I only work with the youth that are available for me. That's just the truth. I cannot save everyone. I won't do it because I wasn't put on this earth to save everyone. I was only supposed to save and serve those that were with me. And that's just how it goes. So the youth that are here, those are the ones I'm looking for. To my youth that are outside, remember, Ladid, I told you, the #1 audience member that I need is my camera. My camera is here. This camera is going live. It's being recorded. Thank you, camera, for being my best friend. It has to be recorded for the rest of your life. You can play it back. You can watch it back. You can send it to 1,000 people if you wanted to. Please, I hope you do share it to 1,000 people because that's how you're going to get my message out there. I don't have to do anything more than that. As I leave it to everyone. So remember, the tools are my gift. I just be able to take advantage of a call that you guys paid for, and I can enjoy it. So the message that I do have here is that you have to keep in mind, what does the next 25 years look like? That is the most important question. I would be, hey, you know, we'll be in our 45s by then, so, you know, one towards, so we have to be honest about what does the next 25 years look like. We've already accomplished 25 years. We've seen the betterment of it, what it done for us individually, what we've been able to accomplish. We're going, we know what we're doing for ourselves in the 25 years. The question is, what's the next 25 years look like? And that's the most important thing that they should be planning. You see yourself accomplishing you in the next 25 years. I can't. I forbid it. Listen, the one thing I learned in this life, you don't take on what you can't handle. Don't do it. So, Ladid, your question is very sound, but the question involves everyone. And if you can't give me your audience, your attention, your focus, we have to be very honest. We have to be very honest. Thank you.
I didn't wait. Thank you so much. Give my better kawachane. I'm going to mix me. Dunya me lab ento. I mean, one man catch up by Acholi. That's why I mix and I made on market. You have to learn. It's time for you. Being a level Acholi, win your level Acholi, so that you can be at a deep more middle of kid. You can able to rest. Amiro mio machalo comments and then Mario Amiro mio machalo information. Information much about all the leaders of the state. State more can mind this idea this is something very important. It's you to apply this information to your state and the kids that's around there, the youth who are around there, and give them the information. And number two, parents. It is you as a father to push your child to listen and to understand the benefit of all what these guys are coming with. Because when we don't push, they're out there. We don't bring them in. They are in hotel. They didn't come. Whose mistake is that? Is going to come back to us as a parent. Thank you.
Ladid, thank you. Thank you so much for your question. I have to be honest, I love my uncles like you. Because the #1 thing that my uncles, especially at your level, you always say that same word. You have to have a children. I love that. Because I want you to bring your child so I can hear them speak it clearly for me. That's my challenge. The reality will always be, where is our children going and how much of our language do our children still hold? I think when I started in the community, I was an example. I was an example for the community because I didn't come with the language, but I showed the pride. There's a lot of children, especially like yours, Ladid, who speak the language but don't have the pride. So I question, what does it mean then? If I grew up in the land, if my mom and dad raised me from Acholi land and they die-hard land Acholi members, why are the children not die-hard? How is that separation there? But someone like me, who can only navigate a little bit of Acholi, who struggles with it, but is still confident to stand with you, who is still prideful to hold the candle with you, why do you still ask me to speak? Why do you ask me to still speak a certain way? You know, I'm with you already. I'm here with you. How much more do I need to prove? Does a language really mean that much? I get it. I love my language. I love my culture, and I know it's important. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. And every time I join my teleconference, I sit there quiet and I listen to the language, and I learn, and I navigate, and I understand, because I have the pride. But a lot of my peers who do speak the language, and they rub it in my face, they're never here. They're never in front of me. They're never leading me. They're never guiding me. So please, eventually you're going to stop saying it, especially when the young ones that don't speak it anymore and they start to stand in front of you. Something has to happen, because all you're doing is pushing them away. I'm just be fair to the noise. I'm only answering the concern. I love my language. I love my culture. But something is missing. Something is missing, and we're still missing the point. You know, take us as we are. Take us as we are. The same way you go to church and they say, "Come as you are." What is the difference within the community? How can we start making the separation, the divide? Why are we creating such a divide over our language? That our language has to do more. It has to do more. And right now, just to speak it, to be understood, you are my translator. If my auntie, if my booba, if my uncle, you do not speak clear English and you cannot understand me, my auntie, my mom, please support me. Talk to the neighbor. Talk to someone sitting next to you. Explain to them what I'm saying. It's okay. We still will receive the message. It still will be received. All you have to do is navigate it and support me. If you feel that I don't have the language, we'll put the class. Where's your class? Who's holding the Zoom call that's going to teach me how to write Acholi, to recognize my fruits, my letter? Who is teaching me? Don't ask me to do something I can't do. I ask you to do something that you can help me do. I'll ask you.
You guys have a give a hand for that.
Po to long way jana happen na tiegi tam kera mi logela bacholi amar la bacholi again ni romanyanga ini nyangan walok ki in karmo kadangai in nyangan up to this point inya itika winyano be okay yeah so ini logo la bacholi mabe dog wamara ina wamara gi bulu mugu wen karma teka chane mi ge la bacholi tiento wamara kache uteme mi logo ne chalo wan mo logo la bachol ni waminko wangeo bene pin chiento wa mar le bachol don pego magoge ja tika ne lotini mogo matika dong kinwa gitamo ni kai logo la bacholi unyo ka gi logo la bacholi bene chalo ngin wingi do gi pen yang pinye ke do nyogi tie below the standard pien pol down around gi logo la mono right. So, of course, pegi mirror lo gi pedi jalo gi nen pin. Chiendo ngeo left pere. All right. Ka kid meeting me explaining ni pe watika pushing me tag lakin wa mira ningo. Ine ka chel gi en bulu to am go wen yani. Gi pon left. Bien ka dong left pe wai. Inong identity peri dong pe. All right. It's finished. All right. So, eneni one nong kid ma chal nong karatu agir tega chitoba. All right. One to aga genu yan one nong ben bulen jalo. Chiento chan wata mo wego. Karatu atega chito allo apenyo. So, miro uteme ulo la bacholo. Question para tie kid. It really pegi miro tirogin. Right? Like they don't want to do something. All right? That was the first statement that I got from explanation that we provided. So as parents, we are interested in imparting what we know as beneficial to our children. But if the youth don't want to be told something, how do we strike the balance between giving them that latitude of the freedom to take a lead on all of their lives, but while at the same time as parents, we really want them to take our ideals, our values, and move on with it.
Apology. I think the first part that you mentioned had a lot of respect and a little bit because you want us to navigate. My only problem, I cannot articulate my mind, my message in Acholi. That's my problem. But I show you respect because I can greet you in Acholi. I can acknowledge you in Acholi. I can welcome you, show you respect. So it's not an issue. The respect problem doesn't exist because I need those necessities. And is that not enough? Is that not enough? But when I cannot articulate myself, when I cannot speak clearly my message, or to what I know. I've been here since '93, man. I'm an American. But at the same time, I have value and I have respect. I hold things that you gave me. You taught me that. Thank you. You taught me this very well. And I'll always present it every chance I can. But at the moment that I cannot show it, I have to resort to what I know. And that's how I handle my situation. And to the comment you mentioned about what I said, youth not wanting it, I would never. Let me re-clarify that one because youth can do anything if they choose. They can want anything if they choose. All I said is that unlike my parents, my mom was a victim of it. She could never abandon her child. Man, it didn't care if this child dragged her through the mud. She didn't care if this child took her to court. It didn't matter what her child did. She would never abandon her. She would never abandon any of her children. But you see, the difference between me and my mom and how I look at my brothers and my siblings, I'm not responsible for them. I'm responsible for me first. If I cannot take care of me, Mom, I can't take care of nobody. I have to take care of me. And my brothers are so important, but I'm not their dad and I'm not their mom. So when it comes to looking at youth as a whole, I know how to draw a line. You're either with me or you're against me. And that's a fair assessment, my friend. Because like I said, it's not my responsibility. I can never tell my parent that. My parent cannot believe that. They can't see that. As a mom, you will suffer for your child. Because that's what you have to do. You have to. You have to. It's life. I will suffer for my son, my daughter, the same way because I have to. But brother, as a sibling, I encourage them make decisions. So like I'm always told me, she has six of us. I'm the only one here. So invest in that one, so that he can guide the rest. And if he can't guide the rest, it's not your problem. It's not their problem. You should not force them to guide them. You should give them the tools, equip them with the reasoning, and allow them to make those best decisions that the rest of his siblings. I don't force my brothers here. I don't force none of them. I tell them where I'm going, and I let them know they become. Learn the same way I learned. Experience it the same way I experienced. Challenge your level of respect the same way I challenge mine. But if you say no, I'm here. I'll still be here. And that's the only difference of how I look at our youth. I'm not here to save you. I'm only here to help you. That's my level. That's my level of need. So I just want to be fair to what your question is and how you're addressing it. I'm an honest individual. I love to be honest because we have to be fair to ourselves first, but we have to respect. And I learned the level of respect that's necessary. So thank you. You know.
Ana tigi ani pian initiate office Ssana la we you मैं Canada की United States plan में मैं चले office मैं reaching की program में इन्हें take care नहीं tiye kap peke ngoma ini middle wana team o mi tijo bedio iri pena ngini cham kene state mo kene ram bedo ki twin mo nyo me ne no ki eno team state ma megi ka gog nyo ko team o contribution mo kene ko wino iri ticket me bini lo igene state ma megi itiki chawa me timone men ko no question ma megi.
So many of you, thank you again, Ladine. I appreciate the question. So many of you saw Palma. Palma was here. She's from Canada. Palma is part of my membership in my youth office. She worked with Canada, and she's done amazing work. She started at the youth level, same as me. Now she's in the executive level, moving past me. But the beautiful thing about what she's done, she's formed her youth office first. So the things that we talked about, the plans, me and her created those. The only difference between my North America, the 50 states versus Canada's Providence, they put it to action. That's the only difference. I won't deny it. Canada put it to work, and they allowed their youth to elevate. They encouraged. The youth encouraged each other to elevate. It is possible. Everything that I shared is real. Everything that I shared is true. These are not my ideas. These are 100% available online that you can look at the statistics and see how to implement these strategies and if they work. If they were my ideas, Ladine, I would sit here and stand with you, and if I step down in office, it'll die. But the truth is, they're not my ideas. I didn't create them. All I did was put it together and made a plan behind it. And Canada used it. You know, if anyone from Canada, if they know who Palma is, they know what their executive office and the youth office is doing, evidence. Now, for our state, I already mentioned it. I have 69 youth that are within my platform. These 69 youth represent all states. The problem will always be who are their state representatives, who are their current chairmen, and they have access to those individuals. Because without those two individuals, information don't move. The community in that state doesn't know what's going on. The youth in the state don't know what they should be doing, and no one is guiding them along the way. So that's how we start. We have to start at the state level, but we have to know who my state leaders are, who my chairman or chairwoman is, and who's running the community in that state. For us right here, we do with the 50 states, but we also work within the clans. I have the board of my board of directors, and I have my council of elders. Those are two amazing sources for information to identify who those categories are. But if you ask them, that question is a little shaky. We'll be honest. So you got to keep in mind, Ladine, if they don't know, how would I get the answer? If I call a name, if I call a number that they gave me, which I've already done, I've been in this office for 8 years, and I've challenged it and I tested it. I called the number, and a sir or a ma'am would answer the call, and they would tell me they're no longer sitting in office. Okay? Give me the next name of who ran the office. Who took the office from you? You give me their name, you give me their number, I'll call them personally. If I keep reaching dead ends, that means nobody knows. If I keep finding more people to contact, I just built 4 people that's now, I got new numbers of. And these new people, I can build on what was you doing in your office? What did you accomplish in your term? Who was working with you? I can get information. But if I hit a wall, there's no one there. And that's going to always be a concern. It's not a problem because we can solve it. It's a concern. A concern can be resolved as long as you apply action to it. And that's to answer your question shortly, of course. But the plan works. The plan has evidence. And if she was here, she would attest to it. But she did a lot yesterday and she's tired. So my truth is, everything that I share is not mine. The best thing about this if I leave it on the floor, anyone that picks it up, they can run with it, and they can do it. That's the best part. It doesn't take one person. I never want to design. I told you, I'm not a president. I'm an ambassador. An ambassador supports continuously. He doesn't take credit for what he does, because it's not mine. So, just to answer your question shortly, of course.
And Martin, I'm going to mix up. I'm trying to help you. Maybe I'll help you somehow. One, we came our children maybe 5, 10. So when we moved, either Canada or whatever, when we migrated, we have children who didn't speak English. They only speak Acholi. So what happened? They go to school. In the school, they don't learn Acholi. They are taught in English. So if, for instance, I speak English, so I tend to leave Acholi behind and try to encourage the child to speak in English, because that's the language they are using in the school. So this one, for some reason, has taken so now we come here, we want to introduce, we have to speak in Acholi, we have to do everything in Acholi. It is very hard. These are the next generation. This is a different generation. We came here as a different generation. For instance, I give my example. When I came here, I moved to Canada. We came from England. We were in Kenya. We were in Sudan. So imagine, in Sudan we speak Arabic. In Kenya we speak Swahili. And in England we speak English. And in Canada when we came, these kids, at least they have the background English. But we are intermarriage. So we don't speak the same language in the house. So we have to speak Swahili, we have to speak Arabic, we have to speak English. So the children were confused. So it is, I find it hard to blame Yepingo, Latino to a local children. Piano, Miro Pungi Lemma, they speak outside. Actually, one local sometimes Latino Punyo, Anna Punya Chola Punya. I didn't speak Acholi. Acholi is my first language, but I learned it. I didn't speak it from the beginning. So it is not impossible. How I look at the gang, some people will get 1 word, 2 words, they learn. But it is not a necessity. Latino to a mira Acholi will get doggy. What is situation, ma? We are conflicted. Giponya Choli. So we are conflicted. We have to put this in mind. We cannot blame a situation. We cannot even solve it in our own houses. So sometimes it is, we bring ideas, new ideas here, but we don't consider the environment more here. This is what I just want to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. I appreciate your response, because it's the same story my mom had. She worked 3 jobs. My dad worked 3 jobs. We was beginning and coming up. Who's at home? Who was at home to teach us? Who was at home to give it to us? The luxury isn't there. You want your mom to teach you, you want your dad to teach you, you want someone in the house to teach you, but it's not an option when you have to work. In the beginning of coming into the country, it was a tough time. And my mom, like I said, we all struggled with it. My dad couldn't communicate, done his best, couldn't communicate. My mom was never around, because when she was at home, cook, we cleaned, man, you had to go back to bed to get to the next shift. So the conversation of why you don't speak the language. I can tell you the story. You know, do you want to hear me? You know, do you want to hear that part of it? Does it matter to you? And your story, Mom, it just made a connection. And I know a lot of our parents have that same connection, you know, and I just want to say I appreciate that question because it's an important one. You know, don't blame us. Just figure out how. What can we do to correct that wrong? And I said it. We need a class. Somebody can host a Zoom class. It's simple. Ssana already paid for it. It's free. Like I said, we're wasting money and we're not using the resources. We're not doing it. So help us. Help us. Oh, you're tired, aren't you? I'm so sorry. We didn't feed you enough, huh?
All right, we are going to get one more question.
Okay, ana ko won yan nana on balantara. Okay, mega madiga wataneni. It's not a question, but rather a statement one advice. Ilok en man mi loko le bacholi ni. Lok mani kono wati environment man le bacholi be miro loki taban miro dano loki le man lotino nenyo. Okay. Lotino enani kache gang mautie ye. Uloko le bacholi. Wegi kani gutiyo kono teacher di wogo cha pege just make sure ni wulo la bachol idiga wang manati no ye la bachol lakin the problem is it's us parents and then I'm included tati ye marachi ket yani logo la bachol to akiyo kawa kecha then you don't want even to talk in English anymore. You want to express yourself in English. Mira expressing for me Acholi. Then kero peri papi kila Acholi. Pingo me logo. Wachoni logo ko pingo bonatini. Gingeo kagi kendo. Giponyo Swahili, giponyo English, giponyo nini. Look at the gang laughing for more logo. And a problem happened to me with my daughter. Yani my daughter, you need a logo better lebacholi. Enge lebacholi. Lakini kama choli bere joli. Tiegi tuon kero bere mo kinyo makai tema tuko bere. Nyangana te. My daughter tika timo gipere mo tika tuko ana wachi. In mono it tuko pere ni teri kan. Tega what a literary kind, she translated it in your Berkin Matiano in the Labacholi. Oh, Ingena Labacholi code, Yanatika Hero, and I knew there was no other way, mother, that can express my son to my daughter. Yeah, that is Labacholi, and Labacholi is so complicated. You watch an hour, we keep getting a then, now, there's other people, Mathieu, Lodongo, there's some elders, Maki Kane, Tiebo Robert, and that guy, he's so willing. He wants to know he's willing to do that. So, the upcoming Ssana president, Kao Nomotimo Bear, and not to get legit Majaro enemy, working and now okay this guy on board so that Oko nothing actually. Call Otima Wai, Munakoni Jani, Pin Loke. Yeah, and no, let's give one and no again. Auntie's concluding, okay? And thank you guys. Yeah.
We didn't see hand from that side. So we only get to take one and then...
Yeah. Ana modu unweng. Anyinga Christine Tatisu. Martin is my son. What you can look actually? When you never actually you let Perry Maginwalogin when you example, I tell a good one. When we met, he didn't speak in Acholi, but I taught him how to speak Acholi. And at our household, my kids, they were speaking Acholi so well. One time my brother came to visit, and Sabino Wachi, uncle, Anapoya, Etienini. It melted his heart for Shani when Shani visited us the first time. It opened a lot in Acholi. And what you best just continue talking in Acholi. Bien, KPA25 Acholi, not in a big B near Acholi. Once get a confusion bino. But a few years later, when Sabino was 4 now, I tell Sabino Gangwa, Sabino could barely speak English well. So, Johnny, your son needs therapy. Oh, therapy for what? He can barely speak the language. I think he's behind. So you need to take him to speech therapy. I want what? Okay. Let me seek a second opinion from somebody. So I took Sabino to a doctor. Doctor Benoni, how many languages do you speak in your house? About 3. Because some local Kiswahili Maduong. And at PGG, my nieces, they could only speak Arabic. Pegging Actually. So then the doctor determined, Sabino is not behind. It's just too many languages. He's a little confused. 6 years later, Sabino now was excelling in English. And actually, you see the problem here. It's actually true. Beyond Latino is developing, right? Development taking place with growth. And along the way, language money will dominate the other. But still, left Charlie Masabino Ponyo when he was only 2, right from birth of Ponyo up to now, Ko Biri Kindano, he would understand. Kadano Tigalo. And Ko Biri Kinacholi Karamala, Lebanon Niduo, Jalpa Matino, Matino no Penge, the Batuka Matiracha. But Martin can speak actually now. Yeah. Latino and the way Mawaderoni, this thing is already in their brain. Get here, whether you come, get dog, get Mati, it take a dog of Batuli. Ginuala, Iloga Batuli. Any Magi acquiring key education eventually will dominate this actually, but actually food Kagachiroga. For example, my daughter, when we went home with Emily Peloga Batuli, Gilongani Muna Machon. But my brother's wife, Emily, Tim Church Chai. Emily Tim Chai. Oh, Emily can Guinea. Emily can breathe. We know enter Logonete. And at a short time, Emily could actually express herself clearly. In just a very short time. So we should not worry about this actually. Not in a trust me. Yeah.
Thank you, Auntie. It's exactly the way I said it in the beginning. I cannot articulate, which means I cannot sit in front of a stage and present what I need to present in Acholi. But it does not mean that I cannot understand, I cannot receive, and I can communicate. I can do those things. But if you ask me to read a book in Acholi, man, we're going to be watching this for 3 hours. And I'm still on page 1. So you're right, Auntie. Our stories are all the same. And that's the most amazing thing about what we're doing here. We all have the same problems. We all experience the same concerns. We just need a solution. And the best solution is continue children. Bring them, put them into the teleconference. It doesn't matter how long. Watch their progress. They will stay there for 5 minutes. It will go to 30 minutes. Next thing you know, they're sitting for 4 hours in a conference with all of us. We shouldn't be in a conference for 4 hours, but it's okay. You want your children to just progress. And the more they progress, the more we all benefit. My mom received the same letter. We received the same letter. Your children need, they called it back then ESL, English Second Language. It's the worst class because you know English, they just want to present it in a way that they don't. A child knowing multiple language is important. But why does America tell you that you're learning, your child is confused? It's a system that doesn't work for us. It worked against us. So think about what the system has done to us. And then now that we understand what the system has done, how can we correct it? Because in this country, children knowing multiple language, it's a reward, it's a benefit. Because once you go to that state and you register those languages and you become a translator, you can make $100 an hour working for the government at courts, translating. But you see what they did? They took it away from us, and we didn't pay attention. Or we didn't know, sorry. We didn't know. So now that we do know, we need to re-empower ourselves. So thank you, Mom, for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing yours. And thank you so much for all your questions and concerns. I'll be back.
All right, give one more hand, please. That was beautiful, beautiful. Before we move to the next presentation, I would like at least 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, to at least give us 1 minute. What did you take away from this presentation? Just a minute. Anybody? What did you take away from all this talking presentation?
Okay. So, what we know, the youth go raising issue, communication is a two-way thing. Do you remember that? So, karigame leba chole any family para, daga para chole. So, Lotini Toa naturally should speak Acholi. But our expectation was different. The reality, makany any, I think she articulated it well. Environment, malutini ni gigine, is the outside environment. Okay, I'm coming to that. The takeaway from this is that our insistence ni lotini to amironge lab any, let that be not a mask, but an aspiration for our kids, and let's encourage them to speak. But let's also not forget the reality is different than our expectation. Because Kalatino Chirokuja, substandard English, ESL, is not dogene. Latin dongchen, then tomorrow their grades will start suffering. One parents will be wondering what's happening. So we need to make sure they're dealing with the outside world. Let's set them up. Community any, it's a privilege. But it cannot be any top down. You're welcome. And it cannot, let's not be something that you instill, you enforce on them. Gimoy can mark enforcing, Kalatin Chwinye Peye is hard. But Unmego, you can continue conversation, they'll pick up the language. Language is just a part, and once you're in that environment, you can pick that up. But Peogolo Tinitua, because Pegolo actually is a privilege, but give me a that's all.
Thank you. One more person, we just need takeaway only. Before we go forward, ngan motie kan tika penyatananol. So if anybody have tananole back Tugi, can you help? No, era malo.
Okay. Again, I'm Moradana Wang. And my local name. I like to get piano and men a food well. And I got on any taking that my deed. Kay when you long market Ramagavan and Mira Benegam. And Yagilona de Betty. And Davataban. Put a can't chalk, put a tick of Magaria. Log madong dog malawo malatin go keloni kakin manane kede pega mo kenyu pe do ari ogi alotin ene pelo bal an kin manane kede kwa makanya lo dong makanya gina mo lo bal pingo we awaja kimunu in la deed in mi ponyo latin gi ot loge wunya ni latin makani wunya dara ko wunya in ko man in ke latin on latin logo in logo mod bo latin me latin on yang ka latin o woi wi in men iram woi wi latin cha mun gi at kanyu iram di on e pin gi log we gi ngo win log ma in logo ni chika in mi o twer bo latin ko latin on yang in ning gin ma mi ro wana tim gi ni wan lo dongo kau mirane dano beri iking machon magang an fuda gang e win magang mina ma chena lok pa le mo wunu waja munu ni ini lo le peri gang ana beri kem e ge jam pole ko ala tira para ge gang pu wengi lo le kugu ka kitie gang wai ki chira gang nge ko na man gang Acholi e na ka wala dong wati gang war wonya le kugu muna ko munu yo ma no mira ini pon gi latini yala mi ari yo gi e an gi manong ki Acholi chunya kom lo dong ma kanya ni rug mala wana nena ruga po yo moya ikom lotino cho ke ken anana kwire pa cho lo kwire pa mona latin na cho mama la wo rugo bonga mani bat pelo nena ne gi ka ena yenyo kwe ento lotino nyira mo rugo bonga mani bat pelo nena in mego madit ruruk pa mego in latina nyaga ruruk pa latina nyaga ruruk pa latina nyaga ne ngaba miro waji ire mina ma miro waji ka latin pe ruku bo ma chek in me latin ruku bo ma bo kere ka chalo man chara wati gini community kire mane ko wani amala gi family peri latina nyaga pe ruku bo ma e weng no nyokor ka weng no lo wi ma ko in mego mira ina mego iwaja logbo latin wagi gang dogi pene ka choka ene tegi kire yo ma mi latin ruru gi ye mira wun bachalo wun megene wun no udangani waje bolo tina ka chalo community kire eni rug mi woro rug mi kaka waje bolo latin peri logo tuma again apoya ara tegi log ma duong lakini non cha ye ko apoya
All right, everybody, so we are going to the next presentation, and then after presentation, we will give you guys a break, a bathroom break. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bosco Obama.
Apo Lele, Hamarunang Biju. Hope you guys have a blessed night.
There's no clicker. You have to control it yourself.
Oh, I have it here.
Well, it's not going on there.
Oh, it's not going on. You have something to say? Or? Oh, okay. I'm Oruna Dujuwa. Bapot Achirajim ko Komio Bara second Momanok, man and Bapo Alachwich Mukelawan, Chamane, and man and Ga Duju Watcher Logian, Gaba Kelo Kuch, Bakelo Mara, Ma Merodeo to Charwan Latin Acholi. Waramo Legabana Kong. Nyim won giwot kitipo maleng amen. Abala church polling on Madua Pochburi, Pima Peri, Pibe Peribinur Command Latin Periduju, will of Canyon again and Madua Pochburi, Pimi Boracare, Duokane, Meneneva Gore, Log Juju Watcher and Yamane, Logakelo Kuch, Bakelo Ma, Peri Makelo Deoni, Icomwan, Community Mayor Choli, Icom Latinawa, Icom Kagilorem, Tuju, Bimi Kowa, Madua Poch. Pemi ome ogilo me oduju mimi kwa mo chero kanene kara mo karangech mo amo karo ome goto agilo me goto aduju mo chero kaneno mo airi especially la minwa Nebraska hominwa Morris po pe ome owani duju po pe nera me oriem po pe Morris po pe la minwa po minwa mo vale Portland Road Kedgin duju itum la chuch peri po pekara glorem duju mo balai wilo bokanya bangewin korwot one way wa pero mich peri wilo bo one duju wa pero ke peri do poch wa do pa ken duju nyim wodo ro Yesu Kristo amen. All right, my full name actually not Bosco Obama. My full name is John Bosco Kuro Obama. And presentation is domestic violence against men. This presentation actually, I think 12 years ago, 2013, when I was doing my last paper, my master's in public health. Ironically, I experienced it. So when I did these presentations with no mindset that this is something that I was going to personally experience it, but I think that's part of life. Now, domestic violence in general, statistic in real life, statistic by knock. Most of domestic especially borrower in public health, particularly in black community, is mostly against men. Against women. It's probably 87 or 89%. There's only a few percentage of men that experience domestic violence. And there's so many reasons about that. And professionally, I take a master's in public health and my bachelor in healthcare administration. Then my professional certificate is applied behavior analysis. Then I'm a qualified intellectual disability professional, and I'm a mental health rehabilitation technician in the community, and I'm actually hold a certificate too in mental health support specialist. So I work in my field for years. Right now, I still work in the field, and I help outside the other organizations, but I work for myself. Thanks be to God. But that's briefly about my professional. Now, Angeo is like, you know, well, yeah, you know, they join forces here. Man, you don't care domestic violence against men, child, you know, like women doesn't have all those things. So I'm gonna get into that. Don't worry about it. The purpose of this is for the purpose of all this is educational. Is for your own knowledge, for your own how you can actually open your eyes if something happening between you and your spouses. That's all. It's not about anybody. It's not about sugarcoating, because this is real. There's people actually dying every day because of this. You know, and we talk all about children or blah blah blah, youth. You know, if something happened like this, you know, when will you get that time to make point Latina peri wala piponyo adanabatingeri? So, just briefly. Domestic violence, also referred as intimate partner violence against men, is happening more than what is being reported to the police. Or research studies confirm that the society traditional view of male as a strong sex, female as weaker counterpart of do not contribute to the cause of unreported violence against male victims, simply because the society perspective male victim of violence are being subjected to life-threatening violence or emotional distress and discriminations. So in addition to that, the study have also shown that the supportive resources do not actually exist for male domestic violence victims as they do for female and victims. For this further contribute to attack going unreported, which let me go back. Does it really happen? Does it really exist? Yes, it does exist. Even back home in Karidogola Bera, when you find that there's few history that Timon Moneko Chawatugi because of this. But our traditional way of living sometimes contradict with the reality where we're taking it. Now, facing facts, it believed to be non-existent, lack of support services and resources, domestic violence against men, frequent goes unreported, view and justify retaliations for women. Facts, facing facts, and continued domestic violence against men is believed to be non-existent. The term domestic violence, DV, or referred to intimate violence, is happening more greater than against men than what is being reported. In addition, the men do not actually convey themselves as a victim, often do not believe, and many times arrested as the person behind the violence. This contributes to their reluctance in future incidents. Most of the time, the system that has been built in America is real. When it comes to men, most of the time, you know, do not actually initiate violence. Most of the time, you know, it's happening all the time. Because of these mindsets, automatically, even the system, they look at the man, the strongest one. And that's not true. So, what does the society have an effect on the number of times domestic violence against men will be reported? Domestic violence against men frequently goes unreported. Men are not always perpetrators of sins of DV. In many instances, they are victims. And domestic violence against men exists, but has not been given the recognition as needed resolving the bias problem. Based on the number of female offenders reported, is lower than what's actually happening. This is from Caller and Tenants 2008. These guys collaborate with CDC most of the time, and most of the time, this report, it comes from various sources, from the hospital, from the police stations, and anything that connected with the system, reporting violence. That's where most of the public health get their their report. What does the society support women's self-reporting of the past abuse against them and justifications and act of violence against men? And this is I would simply summarize this. Most of the time, women that actually experience domestic violence, although the records are there, they don't actually report it. Simply because the view of the women as vulnerable into incidents is more likely not to be recognized if men actually reported it themselves. So male victims are being abused and murdered by women as a justifications of undocumented abuse against men in their past, and the main reason is DV against men goes unreported. But most of the time when things happen like that, all the people that comes in a sense, firefighters are there, the police are there, the social workers, and from home to the hospital, the clinical team are there that they collect all these data, then they put it together just to give a solid report if this male victim actually were the victim or not, or female were the victim or not. What caused domestic violence? Domestic violence may start when a partner feels that need of control, dominations. Abuse may feel like need to control their partner because of low self-esteem. One of them, how do you get low self-esteem? How do you feel good about yourself? As a child, you start feeling good about yourself when you have two people in your life. That's mom and dad. And how does mom and dad behave in a home? Are they hardworking people? Do they tell you, I love you? Do they provide you emotional support? Do they provide you spiritual support? Did they actually introduce you to other extended family? All those things contribute into your self-esteem. While you're growing, my mom and dad love me 100%, and I know where. And that actually, growing up, you develop high self-esteem. You know where? Because you're being loved. But if you have a family, that actually do things contrary to love, that love themselves more than their children, a child will go out there, will seek love from any sources that they want, from school, from friends, from relatives, from boyfriend, girlfriends, and that actually lead them to what? High-risk behavior that we are talking about here. That's real. So jealousy is one of them. Difficult regulating their anger, strong emotional. They feel inferior to other partner in education or social background, some men are very traditional controlling. This men still that feel like, America, who are you to tell me that? That's real. And it's happening. Naturally. This man that, blah, 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 when that thing is not working out, they walk out of the room, abandon you with the kids. That's real. And that's all this what we are talking about. Contribute, controlling is not only about, you have to do what I need you to do because, you feel like you owe me something, right? I brought you here, you owe me something. No, that's not actually real. And it's happening most of the time. And we don't actually look at it as something that contributes to each other's life, but it's happening. Control all the time. Another control too. You happen to have a good wife from a good family, and she sees something out good there, right? She'll pop up, hey, and when you say no, that creates things. That's another way how you control people. Control your husband. It's happening. It's happening. You find somebody asks you, hey, because come on. That's another way you control. It's happening with him. So, as I say, I'm not going to sugarcoat you. This is something that actually contributes to what take the society. Not all of you. There's only few percentage, but but most of one, few percentage. And that's how the community is built anyway. They know 100%. So now the course continue. The children who actually, the children who witness or are the victim of violence may learn to believe that the violence is actually a reasonable way to resolve conflicts between people. Boys learn that women are not to be valued or respected, or who actually see the violence directed against women are more likely to be abusive towards women. And that's real. What do you expect? I have 2 sons. What do you expect if I'm always violent? Yes, they will say, okay, this is another way how my dad. And they will do that in their future life. Not only that, there's so many ways of violence, So, but clinically, that's how it is. When they grow up, girls who witness domestic violence in their families, the origins are more likely to be victimized by their own husband. Because they see it in home, they feel like, this is normal. If my husband if my dad was doing this to my mom, when you're a boyfriend, it's normal. They don't feel like, because this is something repetitively they do see it. And that's real. And we're very fortunate, Acholi, we don't, yes, it's happening, but in African American community, this thing happen every single day. And this is where we get our daughters as a public health officers. Every day. But it's just another life. Yes, for us, once a while, those things can happen. Another thing, alcohol. Whether in Mero or in Wero, alcohol is actually one of the high risks. That's the biggest one. Chemical substance, marijuana, cocaine, all these chemicals actually initiate violence, domestic violence. But African Americans, both the community, American, those things are normal. Alcohol, chemical substance, you know, you find Merogiwero, the African community, they do cocaine, no Latina, they drink there. Kabora actually, alcohol. I've seen guys, but the community, Norway, anymore, alcohol is right there, Latina, I drink alcohol. I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to lie to you, I drink alcohol. But you find somebody just sitting there, bottle but it in and see wala kono ngo tea we come but lotin perbatin tea ringa nyere kanye. What do you think that's going to happen? Kalatin 13, 14, 15, 10 and 16, 17. It happens in community. Even Kaage Portland is happening all the time. So this is not a joke. This is something that we should this depends on individual too. This is something that you literally, if you're a father or a mother, you should know that there's only one way to keep generation of Acholi, mother and father. Then they bring other kids, and generations continue. And generation continue. That way has been established in Yimrobanga like that. And God entrusted you, to make sure that when you're a father figure, your first role model is to do that. If your mother figure, the first role model is to show those, avoid those high-risk behavior. For us, Borwa Public Health, we don't dictate, we educate you. The choice is yours. The will is yours. You know, when you act out of your wills, this is where you know that your will actually resonate with your values. I don't know what your values. The values ba or bangami Borwa as a father and a mother is a straightforward values. Exactly, you know. So the violent behavior, a drunk or high person will be less likely to control her or his violent impulse most of the time. Because when you're under influence or you're under influence of drug or alcohol, kajobatio, yotiat, jal, Lamera, Chani, Lucy, your Omera, they know how chemical works. Okay? Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, they know how the chemical works on your body. So there's no doubt that you can reasonably enough, you can actually present something reasonable enough, Bolatin, 7 years or 10 years or 15 years or no. Because you're not in your mindset. You can't lie that to me. And you can't convince me that you can advise your son or your daughter, but no, you're under alcohol or under drug. No, never. So I'm going to summarize it, don't worry. Yeah. But I still have what? 10 more minutes? Okay. Okay. It's long presentations, but I just want to give you the basic. Domestic violence prevention tips. Now, some tips to help someone or family experiencing domestic violence to stop domestic violence in our community, help friends or family experiencing domestic violence. We all have friends, relatives, and Danabwa, Beroketgi, Gankuja, and we are living in a society that the system actually build their own therapies. We have social workers, clinical social workers, so many those therapies. But most of a traditional belief to Acholi, when something happened in a family, who do you consult? The elders. Those are our therapists. Can't simply because you went for 4 years degree or then 2 years your master's, you get your license as a therapy consultant. But for us, we don't do that. Most of the traditional actually kari look and be na wo monokelo kanyini. Those are the things that what mama Lucy mosaic. Those are the things that they can consult those guys. Say, hey, we have a problem here. What are your thoughts? That's our therapy. That's real. I grew up, I was fortunate to grow up in Ibiale. I started my primary school, P2 Ibiale. I came very little, but I was fortunate enough to grow up in family, my uncles, my dad's brothers, my mom's sisters, my sister's cousin, growing in front of Mama Lucy. Our house is just there. They will make sure that you got control. And when something happened within that community, that Didmoiken will confront you. Either you believe it, but here, because the system was already made, you have to speak up. Domestic violence is not about physical. There's so many things that happen in domestic violence. The physical part of it is just one tip. When you're abusing somebody physically, that's different. There's emotional abuse. There's a financial abuse. So many abuse. When you have this going on, it's very important that you talk to somebody. At least there's somebody that you trust somewhere, a family peri, that will believe you. When somebody comes to you, talk. Don't be judgmental. Listen without judgment. Offer your support and encouragement. Help them to develop a safety plan. And a safety plan meaning that, what's your next move? The reality that you cannot keep going on, you let somebody be, you have to, my time's up? Yep. So you cannot keep going on situations without putting some boundary there. You got to speak up, say, no, this is enough. Link them to resources. The resources back here is society to America. There's so many resources. The victims or non-victims, you report them to police and report them to different DHS and all that. You will have a system support that will offer you a therapy, things that you can overcome that. They're there, but you just have to speak of yourself. Now, to help the survivor escape the abuser, to end the cycle of domestic violence, there's so many support there that when you speak up, they will provide it. This is just references. Now, Ayala, can you help me with where's the flash drive? Somewhere there? Okay. Now, anybody have any questions before I tell my personal experience? Can you give me time? Because there's no point for me there's no point for me to give presentations if I can actually articulate the reality of it.
If you want to show pictures.
No. Okay. No, I will.
All right, everybody, while they're doing that, did anybody have a question?
Amoto undano dushu. Tino benino mi are yo botwa tin milo kan. So anateke la pen mama nok ngoma la presenta berka tirana. Itia winjajal?
Atia winjajal.
Okay. So in your first, the headed of your presentation is stated that violence against men.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. The violence can be in form of verbal abuse or physical abuse. And I know you say that in your data somewhere, where in the public or wherever, somewhere, you see the high rate of violence against men is rising. Correct? Okay. So my question is like that one. Okay. Are you going to recommend to us, because your recommendation, the one I'm asking is, if that one, what has been going, because that one kind of like feel like it's a problem, and that problem is already identified, maybe long time or before you are the church. So if that is a problem which has been identified, there should be a solution or a recovering center, which is you're going to be specific, telling us that, okay, if this is what is going on, at the end, to solve the problem, this is where the direction needs to be and where people need to go to get the recovering in that particular type of violence against men.
Okay.
What I know is clearly, when we came to this country, we learned that we're going to adapt with the whatever going on here.
Okay.
When you get to the point, the acute violence, they dial 911, correct?
Right.
That's what everybody's doing. So even though men and women might have been dialed 911, and men might have been doing too. That is when acute, something in danger. It's not bad. But after that one, traditionally you say, okay, we can call parent, whatever. Yes. But my specific that, there is a specific program where when we're leaving from here, we will know that, okay, if this is happening, not to the level of acute only, to the level of continuously, so that we can face that direction.
Yeah, sure. Okay, good questions. One of the things that I would tell you in our society that, in a society that we live alone, if you suspect someone is being abused, report it. If someone is being in danger, call 911. That's a typical procedure that you can do. Another one is educate yourself about domestic violence. How can you educate yourself? I'm 100% sure every state has DHS. And all of these programs are there. Department of Health and DHS, most of the states have DHS. And those programs, those resources are there. There's also non-governmental organizations in most of the states that actually deal with domestic violence. Whether educations, whether resources that can help you to overcome those things are there. Did I answer your questions?
Okay, you answer part of it. Okay, my question is direct like this. At the level of acute, we call 911. That's one part when it's still going on, current acute. Then, after 911, and based on what you said, and you have been seeing the data is going up, is there a specific, like after that one? Because the 911 don't help, okay? They're just going to prevent somebody from getting hurt at that particular time. Then the aftermath of 911, it should have been the program where it's specific with the name, like example, when I was saying yesterday about alcohol, so I was able to mention that AA meeting, recovering, or anything with a specific where it has to be tailored toward that problem which has been identified.
If you actually listen just a few minutes ago, when you call 911, yes, 911 will come. Police, physical police bureau, right? And when they hear that domestic violence, the first thing they will do is, there any children in the house? Yes. They will call DHS. When they call DHS, they will send you a clinical social worker. When she comes there, they will interview you, whatever somebody that you do with. And they'll make sure that they present you with the resources within that community. I guarantee you 100%, that's how the procedures is. And that's where you get your resources. When they give you ask all the questions you wanted to ask, and they will give you the resources. If you're willing to listen, you're willing to educate yourself, you're willing to move forward after that. They're not just gonna call, 911, police not just gonna show themselves. They will make sure that they connect all their people that they connect that connected with domestic violence. It's happening. I guarantee you that. Yeah, they will help you. Yep. Yes, sir.
Just to help you. Thank you so much for your time, for the great talk and all that. My question is here, but like I want to just, before the question, just to bring a perspective to it. So since we know that like we are living in between two worlds, a world of Acholi African tradition and a world of Western tradition, did we actually like consider a solutions that within our tradition that provides those social challenges that we face? Because I truly believe that Acholi and African culture do have solution towards social setup like this. So did we consider, because like if we go the route of, hey, 911, they don't understand the cultural aspect, the technical aspect of our culture. Do we embed our solution towards local findings that we have? And mind you that African cultures have perfected the art of working with social studies. Do we consider that one as part of it? One. Two, when we are talking about the violence, okay, do we actually see how our tradition name them? Because we might be borrowing names that will have a different consequences. Yeah, domestic violence in a setup of the US has a different consequence than in our culture. So when we are giving those, are we really seeing what are the definitions that our culture gives to those? Thank you.
All right. Good questions. Good questions. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Yes, our traditional way how to deal with violence, unfortunately, we still practice it here. Let me say, for example, right? We call we call the parents or the brothers. They sit down and they try to cultivate the issues, whether financially, whether abuse, whether you know, and all this, you know, and all that, you know. But when he step right away to when it crossed the boundary, you cross the boundary literally, physically, you engage into it. Even not your brother, even not your mom or your dad, they can't do anything about it. The only thing that they can do is to follow whatever states you are, but dealing with that system. Now, from my own perspective, to value our culture very well, we got to go back and look the importance of our cultures. Because Kaga entertainment is not only affecting the victim, it affects somebody who actually perpetrate the incident too. Then it affects people around them, you know. And I take a karapa maita, take karapa water. And the same, she has karapa water, take karapa mine. What happened between me and you, my dad's brother don't see what her brother's father sees. So it bring that tensions to see each other as a victim, to see each other as how do I call it? So it creates that heart not to look into the problems. So that's why ka gibo teme kanye ka gam log me dog wala kono ngongo but ko ogyong be ni kom ngad moy kom nyaba ngad moy kom wopa ngad mo is total different things. The way that city takes it, the way the state take it is total different. Kadu lo kanye the state is not going to do anything about it. So did I answer your questions? Yeah. All right. Now, for me personally, as I said, I make these presentations long time ago, 12 years ago, but I never knew that, and I never knew that I would experience domestic violence to the point that I'm not going to sugarcoat you. It's by God's grace that I stand here. And it's not, don't take it emotionally, but this is real for me. It's real because there's so many people that involved in my life that wanted to see a life out of me. The same likewise. Last year was actually one of the biggest setback in Kwaparan. And not only that, I joined Ssana, the Karaba Yellow office. I was really engaged into Ssana. I've never engaged into Ssana or Akusa, but when Yellow took office, every time I come here with my kids, consistent even up to now, my kids are here. And the reason is that I grew up in a culture, give me some time. I grew up in a culture, Mekiradongo, that a child is not only a child, but a child is a community resources. You know, and when I came here, I came with my two brothers. I'm the only child to my mom and my dad. I came with two brothers that I came as a head of family, Opera, Dr. Kizito, and Moses, who is in Poland, Europe. Is stationed there. Is in U.S. Marine, Lachario is with his troop. And we came in Salt Lake, we started our life. And when we started our life, before we came here, we sat down as family. My grandmothers, my grandfathers are there, my uncles from my mom's side, my dad's brother, which is my dad's, they're there. They're straightforward. You guys go there and make a living. Not because we are smart, we persevere our times, our educations. We did what we have to do to better our life. We never engage into risky life, thanks God. It's not because it's out of our spirit, but it's from God's grace. Last year was something that if it was not my daughter, I would not be here. And that actually, the incident started in a church, that I left a church, I came home. It started with just simple text messages that I will have to be honest with you. I wrote, your drama stop here. I know you're going to use Park Road and Nadia for your own glorifications, and I don't care. You have 30 days to leave my house. And the next text message I got, thank you. 3 hours later, this is what I got. My hand, up to now, I have some stuff on it. The reason why I'm showing this is one reason. That life, we have only one life to live. And it's your will to choose whatever life you wanted to choose. There's a spiritual aspect, equal. Three things that you cannot do equal with Obakanya. When I was growing up, my grandfather, Avelino Wani, used to tell us, don't play with somebody's tears. Don't play with somebody's sweat. Don't play with somebody's blood. Do you know why? I never knew that until my coping skill with all the situations with my kid was always prayer. Prayer, 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 and read a lot of books. The more I pray, the more I read, the more my daughter actually reads book too, even the Bible. And that's the only thing that helped me. Not because I want to make you emotionally compromised, but that's the reality of me. And for me personally, do I really have a heart to forgive? Yes. Do I shy away to talk about it? No. Who am I going to hold them accountable? I'm going to hold myself first accountable. I should have stopped all the thing a long time ago. I did not. But I had the courage to make sure that this has to be stopped. And the reason why I know you're going to use my son and my daughter, because this is the mindset. Boom, I'm going to take the kids, I'm going to put the self-support. And I'm not afraid of self-support. I think that I don't really pay support, but money. I have excellent relationship with me. Because we went to the same college, we understand each other very well. I don't pay self-support. They come and see. I have their passport. Come here to Africa, I'll go all the time. But the reason why I say don't play with somebody's sweat is this. Gimo can be me cooperate. If you remember the Bible, Rubanga, make a covenant. Yeah, look, you're gonna eat from your sweat. From your sweat, you're gonna go back. Read something about Genesis 3 and 19. You will understand. And the reason was that Gimo can. Yeah, I know. Gimo can be Timo. Don't play with somebody's sweat. Because it's a covenant by Etimogorobanga. Don't manipulate anybody, financial wise. Don't exploit somebody. Karabami oboriti jabi tigi yo mo pore. Because tio ne kwanya chene ne ipira glotina peri, and they will grow. But ki time tijme mo kora. Itio tijko lakini mira cholin or konongo. That's a covenant that you're making with God. That's somebody's sweat, not yours. That's most of the time, those victims, they don't really end up well for them because you make a covenant with God. 2, tears. You see tears, there's a tears of joy, there's a tears of sorrow. When you hurt somebody, tears, their tears come, God will hold their tears. And that's a covenant between him and her, between God. You will, by nature, you will pay for it. And blood. If you're a believer, why do you think Jesus came here and washed our sin with the blood? Because when you pour somebody's blood down, you make a covenant with the prince of the world. You make a covenant with demon. And that's the reality of it. And you will never get over it. Kariwa, you pretend like things are well. You will never get over it because you pour somebody's blood of it. That's the reality of it. People don't look at it like that. So for me, what did I take from all this? It gave me a lot of privilege to revisit my spiritual well-being, to visit my mental well-being, to visit my physical well-being. And to, I'm not gonna sugarcoat you. When it comes to my kid, I don't play around because God entrusted me with my kids. Right. Regardless I work 7 days, I'll make sure that my kid is not a victim to be exploited, not at all. It's a human being, and has to, as a community, we have to look deeper than what we actually see. I hope this simple representative resonate with your values, resonate with what Ginga Bakwa Miyamburi. Apo. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Just a question.
Modkede.
No worries, man, no worries.
La DJB ite ramabe ngoma kelo domestic violence. Igimitito iwajo lokom alcohol ni enaima tie kindul jemi makelo domestic violence wego monyo kuku beri di pajo. Gigu maraj itira dogene in beni matter.
Yes.
Yes. Dong enong wangeo ko watim ngo.
Yes. Yes.
Now, medgimunu just manong pe guan and Acholi weng. Wangeo kawan mo dong ipajani. Tie we moya ne akongo mid law dago. Dong ene ni je madong mira wan wa loji tamunu ne akongo kono mid law dago. Onyo kid madong wane no gimoti me bene en gikiro presentation man ma la DJ bio miani.
Yeah.
You are no ma iramo mono mio tamu wa wege dong pe kongo wa mat in bene jogi mat kongo dong.
Good question, okay, good question. Good. Yeah. Good. Yes, okay. Yes, I'm out of Congo. But I don't drink anymore. Just for your information. Mario, domestic violence, Congo Ken Bakeloko. If you see my presentations, Congo is one part of it. Financial exploitation is one of them. There's so many things. Yes, alcohol contribute not largely in community to actually, but largely alcohol and chemical substance abuse largely contribute into African Americans community. Now, with alcohol, if some of these guys, but professional, especially healthcare, you have lances, and I work in my field for 22 years. I have some lances that I can't have DUI. I cannot involve in any domestic violence. Just the reality of it, But with alcohol, there's so many help out there. You can tell addicted or not addicted, because alcohol is just pastime. But the reality is that there's so many things that contribute in domestic violence, not alcohol only. Did I answer your question right? All right, upward. Good. Any questions?
We don't have any more questions. Sorry, we run out of time. No, we don't have time. Sorry. You guys can give you. Thank you. We just want to appreciate Bosco because this case is serious in our community. We usually don't share our testimony or we don't share our story. We don't share what we go through in life within ourselves. If we can do that, I think it will help a lot of people. So we have to give one more round of applause for him to have the courage to share his testimony. So the next presentation will be John Ayala, but for right now, we will give you guys 15 minutes to take a bathroom break and and then we will come back to the next presentation. That is the break. Like it was a bathroom, no ngenyonatini.
Mea beruki yom twin maduong mada. Itung chi malachui. Ki yegen ma yom twin dano naga. Dong an ki kumatina wero. Kuna mopa chaden. Kum kumali mila. Lima lima kwe Yesu lima lima. Yawa mano Yesu lima lima. Yom lima lima kwe Yesu lima lima. Yawa mano Yesu lima lima. Yora yora. Yes, yora yora. Oh, mano, yes, yora yora. Yora yora. Yes, yora yora. Oh, mano, yes, yora yora. Mira mira. Yes, mira mira. Oh, mano, yes, mira mira. Mira mira. Yes, mira mira. Oh, mano, yes, mira mira. Pero bangaya, ibira gonya, ibira gonya. Akwemo beba, pero bangaya, ibira gonya, ibira gonya. Pero beba, pero banga. Ni mola mola, katwin leo donya. Tu pero beba, pero banga. Ni mola mola, katwin leo donya. Yes, yela kwataya. Rembora beba, atiki gen mako. Rembora beba, yes, yela kwataya. Rembora beba, atiki gen mako. Yes, lima lima, kwe yes, lima lima. Yawa, oh mano, yes, lima lima. Yo, lima lima, kwe yes, lima lima. Yawa, oh mano, yes, lima lima. Yora yora, boy yes yora yora. Oh mano yes yora yora. Yora yora, boy yes yora yora. Oh mano yes yora yora. Mira mira, boy yes mira mira. Oh mano yes mira mira. Mira mira, boy yes mira mira. Oh mano yes mira mira. Yes, loyo lwen wa omera la tinte ini kuni wa jali ini ton la riego ba oluma la tinte ini loyo lwen wa ini ton la riego ba what did you ba omera la tinte yoni te male ada ini la tinte ba ini what did you ba kiri la tinte yoni te male ada ne ba oluma kare yo omera la tinte yoni te male ada ne tuju wajiri kare yo kiri la tinte yoni te male ada ne ba what did you ba kiri la tinte yoni te male ada la tinte ba what did you ba omera la tinte yoni te male ada ne ba oluma kare yo kiri yoni te male ada kiri ne wa oluma kiri 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 yoni te male ada kiri wa
One, two, mic check, 1, 2. Yeah. We're gonna make America great. Make it great. We're gonna make a lot of money here in Washington. Immigrants, illegal immigrants, we're sending them back. We're gonna send them back. We're serious this time. All of them going back. Yeah. So, yeah, everybody come back in. We're reviving the programs. The smoke break is done. The pee break is done. The shot break is done. Whatever, all the kind of break situations are all done. We all gotta have to come in. We all coming in. Come back in. What do we get in meeting? What do we get in chain? Excuse me. Everybody gotta have to go back in.
Let's go back in. Let's go back in. We gotta go back in. We gotta make a lot of money on all the illegal immigrants.
But where's the money going?
Yeah. The tariff, we're raising the money. The tariffs. Everybody come back in, please. Disassociate yourself. We gotta go back in. We gotta go back in. We gotta go back in. We gotta go this way. We gotta go this way. Come back in. Come back in. The break is done. We're going back in. It's gonna be just one presentation right now, but it's gonna be short. Then we're gonna have a lunch. Don't forget, we got a lot of shopping going on out here. The tariffs. We gotta go back in. Works your way back in. Works your way back in. Why are you going outside? Come back in. We are not supposed to be hanging outside. Coffee, whatever you got, take it in with you. I'm sorry. It's not enough break. We gotta go back in. We gotta go back in. No. It'll been 45 minutes. Yeah. Come on, let's go back in. Yeah.
After JP, they say 15 minutes.
Yeah, they say 15 minutes, but 45 minutes now. Yeah, we're going in. We're going in. Come on, let's be respectful. This is our meeting. This is our meeting. Please, respectful. Let's be professional. Let's be professional. Please, either you, and we're gonna close the door. We're gonna close the door. You're gonna look very unprofessional walking in. All right, we're closing the door. Apoyo, total. Thank you. I'm sorry I've been making a lot of noise. We make sure we're gonna have to be professional. This is our meeting. You know, we invest a lot to come to this meeting. You know, people went and get their nails done, women get their wigs fixed. Everybody been shining out here, you know, just to be present alone. You know, there has been a lot of struggle. You know, you invest, you call out, you add turkey, you supposedly been hanging in your hometown, but you decided to come here. That's a big achievement and a big sacrifice and commitment. Give a big round of applause to yourself. I'm Chief Ego International and Latino Apoyo. Otieno Enene, we're gonna have a good time. We do not come here on funerals. This is a conference. That's why everybody did the best. The expense meeting, shopping meeting, we allow the best dress. We allow the best. This right here, this is $350, this is $350, all together $700. See yo. Yeah, kau col ke borotak nek kuno. Wekenen ke cima burian. You understand? It's not easy, but we gotta get this program going. Time entertainment conbino. We're gonna be laughing. We're here to enjoy ourselves, and then a quick note to presenters. Let's make it sweet and short, engage, and have the audience also be part of the conversations. At the moment right now, at Duogodano Kanye, but I'm gonna end the mic back to the MC Matika running program presentation. I will be coming back later, and I'm monitoring too, but I will be coming back later at time entertainment. Apoyo Gini Total, I'm calling back La Lonyo. Give her a bigger round of applause.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for coming back inside. So the next presentation, we are going to call John Ayala.
Help us here. Yeah, give me a microphone, another one.
Acholi oye!
Acholi oye. Amira team presentation neki my best friend, my half, Watim Kachiel. This presentation just started 3 weeks ago. Karamane and a program mochwalo me conference. Aneno gimo peke mawabino kalokone malubo development wa wanacholi. All things Mathieu was pun key awareness more obero katimone. One could be a conference every 2 years. Mir what been a project, tangible project more. Mamira one watim. Because ko bino kan no. For example, I and my family we spend about $3,000 mi bino kan a conference any. And that's a lot of money for each of us. Angeo mo go spend more. Okay, bino kidana maduong. But if we are coming, mi kuch. Aramo ke music gang para, aramo mi alone ke daga para ki lotino para, and there will be nothing ma I will spend. So, without further ado, thought mo berotie we are min karama no ati office. Atema wajolog ni lakini karane poramo because karamati office I had 4 goals. 4 goals para ne wenga meeting weng during my term. Which is number 1, I wanted to register Ssana. I did register Ssana in Tennessee, and Ssana was active, and we got a 510C. We have a bank account. Wakela Chuluweng, Kachiel, 7 clan, Karamono no, Pajok, Cheki, problem no. We brought all the 7 clan together. Wabero Kachiel Guinea, and until today we are doing well. Then the other one was medical equipment. Key Watimo, one kid who went Kachel, Wachu Kachel, in Nashville, Tennessee, we raised $27,000 in Nashville, Tennessee, Ninachele, in cash and also promises, pledges, Mwatimo. Whatever equipment can, gang. Equipment more than 11 years in planning. But again, we actually, we take a twin me Kachel, we take a twin me development. The only thing we mirani trust, and we have given you guys that trust. Sana chane take a very strong trust. Chene peri moka emio, the community can will not go anywhere, and I promise you it will not go anywhere. The board of directors gite gina biro, gite ga chungumatek. One bene mogo mo retane, wateka nena wangwa bene en konyu. Kage motika wona beko, we point out. So. Wabero kalogolo for community center for 25 years. Chana wote ka bero kan conference muti atimane wote atimane kan. Eritrean Community Center. And this is only Eritrean me Georgia, not the whole Eritrean Mati United States. Right? Nyan kid malengere. Room ginadi, offices ginadi. Wana choli kan wateke chene waramati ma the same thing. Wallon Guinea. One example, Amira Wajan Penyune. How many of you guys lost money this year? LSSC. How many of you guys? Raise your hand. Don't be shy. Anna, we lose $15,000. I'm not ashamed. I lost one madam lost $15,000. Narane behind the screen, internet. Watch all chene ire. Mwane no komeko. Lakini kama mimi achene tu bot sana, maneno uneno danane. Okuka ero, kwa okuka chama chene ne, ubino bora okuka, uonokuka benetie, minokuka benetie. Family bokuka wentie. But ngarami internet ni chane, where are we getting the money? None. Okada hiyo pere. So anyway, the topic Mamiro upbringing is a proposal to acquire a community center. We want to acquire a community center, Jama. It has been a very long time. So, Amio, Karabot, Madame Para, Susan, Weki, or going through reading Ugama, watch your opinion. Thank you.
So this is executive summary. The proposal recommended acquiring a community center to serve the South Sudanese Acholi community in North America. The center will be a hub for cultural preservation, engagement, revenue generating, and then the social support. And then background, and then the rationale. The Ssana has grown significantly, but lacks a dedicated space for programs and events. A community center will preserve Acholi culture, offer youth mentorship, and then provide support services. Why Ssana need all that? Number one, for cultural preservation. A dedicated space to teach Acholi language, music, and traditions. And another reason also, to host cultural events and celebration to keep heritage alive for younger generations. Number two, why Ssana need community center is the community center for engagement, a central hub for meetings, conferences, and social gatherings, build unity among Acholi members across state and province, like for Canada, and then social support. That's the third reason, safe place for counseling, health awareness, family support services, and also help address mental health and integration challenges. Number four, why we need that for education and then youth development, tutoring programs, mentorship, leadership training, safe space for after-school activities, skill building workshops, and also helps youth connect with their roots while excelling academically. And then another reason also for organizational growth, permanent headquarters for Ssana operations, easier coordination for humanitarian projects of South Sudan. Another reason is also for event hosting and revenue, facilities for weddings, conferences, and a community event generates income and sustains Ssana programs.
Okay, let me elaborate on this. Why do we need a community center? We mentioned all this. We've been talking about all this stuff. Wabero kalogologani weng. Wamiro center mi punyolotino tuwa kilep. Leba Acholi. And center neng bino nining and one mirawa wa binki center ni. Other things center can cover for itself alone. Kawa yibo center ni, beginning of everything is always difficult, but you have to come with a capital. Neno walo kanywa penyo boro kuka nga ki Agnes ki David. Nigi ngeo cho grand. Yes, kadi cho grand. You need to have a capital. Where is that capital coming from? We need to raise that money for as a starter, and then we can go and beg somebody, say, we have this, but we need this to get this, right? So that is why we need, and with that, for example, this Eritrean community right now, which is, I'm giving you one of example here, Eritrean Community Center. It has been covered. They started it, but now it's paying for itself. Take Acholi Komechane. Because one warrant in Kadi, this place alone, warrant in Kadi, more than $6,000, right? We paid for that. It's covering for that fee. Next door, on Friday, they are doing something right now, decoration here. They're going to do something in it. It is a continuous revenue, Matika Bino, apart from meetings and other stuff. So let's go to the next. So the proposed futures Mwamira Igenani is going to be a multi-purpose, something like this. It's going to have a classroom for tutoring. It's going to have office space. It's going to have resource center, kitchen and dining area, and outdoor space for cultural activities. That is Gimamira Obedikere. Go to the next one. So Angeo lawo la minwa penyo kanya from Nashville, Tennessee. What's her name? Lina, yes, Lina penyo mabe. Ni center ne call yabo. Manado conference every time. The answer, you need to answer that question, Lawo, Agnes, or Tema answer, but let me answer it to you. That is going to be our home office, our home place. Kadika mido wedding, Periza, and Miratamane Kuja, wedding eternal Latumani. Itamatuma wedding, come again, Danamochera, California, again, Florida, got a wedding. You just ran a hotel, but you have a center. Kamau Ramotima, whole two and wherever using the wedding, Naramotima wedding per year. Now, how do we, location selection there, how do we do it? How do we do it?
We select cities with significant Acholi population to maximize community impact and accessibility.
Feasibility factor, study factor, which is access, community density, property availability, local support to find cost-effective locations. I give you one example. What key real estate agents gini mati community tour. James Atomic, is a real estate. Jake Lances. He can buy any house in any states, if I'm not wrong. Is that correct, Atomic? Does. And then Simon Otobiano, let me say it correctly. Simon Otobiano Lances. He can do that. He can get property. History me property any. Probably they acquire it for less than even 250,000. Jomatioke government government gikwanya ot. Manongo, the person cannot be able to take care of it. They will take it based maybe Ocholo tax co. He lost it, the business. They will take that house and they will sell it for less to the people that are in need. And we have those resources. What you can material a government, they can find for us those kind of things. Right? Then the next is community.
Community involvement. Engage Ssana members to ensure the selected location reflect their preference and priorities.
So your location not only because Ngaramo making decision while our president making decision here. Your location is based on one law ni kane be. For example, I'm going to give just example. Tennessee. Acholi doing Guinea, Tennessee. Portland, Maine, Acholi doing. We can even take it to Midwest. We maybe decide to Kansas City or even Nebraska or Minnesota. Location ne konye within drivable. Ngarami Iowa Roma bino konye chok 3 hours wala 2 hours mi bino e location muno. Munu gimamiro wanene kawatimo selection there. Now, this is the fun part. Atimo, in that 3 weeks, Mateka Geneni, coming up with this, Atimo just a rough estimate based on yearly costs per community center. Kai is starting. For example, let's give property requisitions and rent. It could range from 350 to 500,000 a year. This is a year, not a month. And then renovations and furnishing it could be 50 to 100,000. Then equipment and supplies is 25 to 50,000. Then operational costs. When we say operational costs, we are talking about things like utility, water, and also staff magini magitio kutela yueping ina la wo gini dano wabolo jem gini luo gene kan gini trash gini madung dano gini ge bino ge chawa trash ge cleaning gilo chaw gini latam mununi. Those are people that they've been paid to do that, and we can pay them. But it paid itself from the money Mawachola Mireni. It was not something money kono wujo chena wegomi. It is from that rent Mawami or 6,000. No? And then the total cost, Kauneno, based on the sizes, it could be 500,000 or 750,000, depending on it. Now, I did based on the the size, the square footage of the building. I don't know the square foot of this building, I don't know, but I did an estimate of 5,000 square foot could generate an income of 110,000 a year. And then 110,000 kind of expenses in the bottom, how much you expend in a salary, benefit, utility, maintenance, cleaning, insurance, supplies and materials, and then equipment, you will come up with a profit of 4,000. But the thing is, there is membership fee. Mano Chalwan membership fee. We can still pay a membership. Maybe I want to come to the gym. We will have a gym in it. You come and exercise. And then the fee, based on, depending on what Mano Danatiati Mane, decorations, donations and grants. It's still we're going to get grants every time. Then rental fee, it could vary from 10,000 and more, depending on how many events you're doing during that time. So this is just for a smaller square foot or a smaller center. Now, if we go to the bigger center or the larger center, we're talking about 630,000. This is where is a lot that we will generate, and we'll make bigger profit based on how much we want to do it. So this is also what I did rough estimate. Now, implementations. How are we going to do this? I did the implementations into 4 phases, and which is, rough estimate is about 4 years. Phase 1 we are talking about now. Let's say we need Kawantin a year, which is the approval and the fundraising. That is phase 1. And then phase 2, it will involve the selections, because we need to select location. Kawa selecting people like Atomic and Simon, Kidana Mogomatia Mangeogin Ko, Girama Chirakan, Kadienyon, Gitimo network to give Mineno building around those places. Manongo one was selecting. Then after, that is going to be phase 3. Kawa no building, of course, people like Ochani, like Omo, what take Dana Guinea, engineers Guinea can Giniga, Dana Magitimo renovations. We can involve them. These are our community people. We pay them for something that they can do, but reasonable amount, because they are doing it for their community. And then phase 4, that's where we're going to launch it. Now, community center is always supported by government when we do after school program. Abero, Board of Director for Tennessee Immigrant Refugees Coalitions, Mathieu based in Nashville, Abero for 3 years. We are approving $6 million every year, and I was a part of finance team from the board. We are approving $6 million. And every November, I go see at least about 5 senators, May Tennessee, begging them, asking them for donations. I have to raise at least a minimum of $2,500. And Munuti to me board. Now, both to Akanya Guinea, Guinea Merengola Chiki Guinea, me controlling the money. But only part of their job also, Kadigatimachik, they are supposed to bring us revenue. That is the job of the board. Mirugit bringing what revenue? They need to do networking. No. So, one Kawakero after school program, Wakere school program here, we will get grant, that is what Tennessee Immigrant Refugees Coalitions, they were doing. They're getting grant every year because of after school program. Now, this is the fun part too. This is a rough estimate, Mabedo Katimone, because I have some data. Kivu Karama at your office, of course, Nimugini contribution to Motimo, monthly contributions and Motimo conferences, Mautimo. I just took a rough estimate, Padano. Let's say we are 500 people, right? Moye, New Watimo Community Center. And we come up with $500. Our amount will be $250,000. And that will be a seed funding, which will cover the initial requisitions and setup costs based on the size. We could go higher. So this is Akwanyo data from 2023 conference. Madano Berokacholone, I just manipulated it $500 inside there, and actually something is missing. That's okay. Well, I don't know why my thing is not showing. I'm supposed to have a total of 312 people. Times $500, which is $156,000. Ma munudana ma actual ma ngeogin magibero fully contributing into Ssana, the 312. Yeah. So go to the next one. So in conclusion, Johnny, Amira Wajukiman, empowering community, the community center will empower members and preserved cultural heritage and strengthens collective identity and voice. We will have a voice, we will have a place that belongs to. Then, foundation for programs. Latina Chirogini jail, Kawateki Center. Center can be a place whereby, for example, single mothers. You know, ni umira duan lacho or lugebola. Kokele Center ni, you know, dana tie kunikuja magiti matebo magekonyo. They will do that. So, then the other thing is this initiative supports Ssana missions and contribute to its long-term sustainability and success. One, Ssana, Wabero, we are planning to live here for long. We are not going back. And Ssana is going to be there for a long. This is going to be a headquarter for Ssana where they will run every operations Gimoeken Laditu Aberoke office para Benakuja. Ki executive peregini. So Akele Ugini, Penny Kono and Amironi Kono doing this idea like I'm the one doing it. No, Abinoke Tam Iwu as a member. Otama Bino Keruni, Abino Amirani, one Ssana. We need to think about this. Kagilogna Bear. Then we will proceed with it. Kakorwana and Beko, we'll throw it away. Thinking about, we talk about community center every day. Talk about it, and we go our ways. And we keep coming, we'll contribute 20,000, 25,000, wachama warap, wamialo bolagi, wamialo music, wachiro kede, gimopege. But kawa middle term of future tour, future Palatina tour, this is something that we need to think about it, and we need to make decision. And if we make the decision now, the new elected president, Ben Okoka, Lawo Lokokanya, all of them, gonna take when pian allocate, and personally allocate again, what is your plan? Give what your community center, community center, community center. And that's what made me happy. I will do my presentation. And there's some individual council in Maberoka locate Magin take idea munu benegimirani, it comes to play to existing. So I don't want to bore you guys, but I really want us. And you will actually take a twin because Nino Chamake I sold to you guys the idea of this project Portland mengi bino kere la dit yaba Angelo ochungo kere matek michwala equipment gang lakini every time ngaramo pe ma pushing gini abino ke wallo go wuri na chele ken akele wu chal akele wu pien dano trust. And I know you guys trust this community now, not like before. And I know ijawa perikuja tie chene ma ineno ni imiro konyo kede community kan nono kono wade bino kanko, you would have not made this trip to come here. And let us think deep. I will call other people to come here with me. Jomabero kalogidgi sim kiket. My secretary Layed Amiro Bin Kanya. Atomic Amiro Bin Kanya. Pian Jomunu Wabero kalogidgi in a high level ma Abero kalogidgi awani Wamiro Community Center. Even J allokere JB konotie alporo wangeko. So I just want to give them just a few minutes to say a word to you guys, because but I want them to say something, a few words.
Acholi, yeah. Acholi, yeah. I can hear you. Acholi, yeah. Sounds good, sounds good. We are not mourning. We are in a celebrating mood. Let's put just focused. What Ayala have said, very many of those candidates yesterday shared the same views. All of us share the same views. If you guys remember, maybe 2 months ago on our teleconference, similar thing that I was trying to articulate. It's true that we can do it, and we can do it better. We are in a better position of actually acquiring land. Ayala did say it. It's a privilege as a number of us within the community are licensed realtors. And you can acquire land anywhere throughout the United States. Now it is up on you to figure out which is the best state. Based on some preliminary reports that I was sharing with Ayala yesterday and today, we tried to make a survey that, okay, what could be the best area? Atlanta, Georgia is one of them. North Carolina is one of them. Tennessee, Minnesota, Nebraska. But based on some questions that are asked, number of probably around 20 members, the focus seems to be that they're favoring Tennessee more for many reasons. In the East Coast, going toward the South in particular, we have known that there are so many natural disasters that you cannot tell. Whether it is a hurricane, whether it is hail, crazy tornadoes, and all kinds of things. But looking at areas like Midwest, the weather is so favorable. The land price itself is a little bit affordable. So if we have said, say, for example, let the community acquire 10 acres of land. Within the 10 acres of land, say we have a building in a choice of maybe half of that area that you get. We can get a hall like this and other small halls. Plus, we can create a significant rooms, like hotel rooms, within the same center. How do we do this? We have also tried to make some outreach, just, testing the ground. Apparently, Tennessee seems to be very familiar with a lot of stuff. And the mayor happened to be a democratic person, a young person, and very supportive. Now, we all came here as refugees. We knew that habitat of humanity existed everywhere. And Tennessee happened to be a place where very good number of families are beneficiaries of Habitat for Humanity. Now, as refugees, now we are here as citizens, and children are being born here. We are faced with numerous problems. We have issues of alcoholism. A few moments ago, JB was talking about it. We have the issue of drugs. We have the issues of youth violence. We have issues of domestic violence. We have a lot of problems. And how can we actually be able to have all those ones together and be able to address them as community, involving the cities, involving the state, and the federal government? And it's a good thing that you people have actually elected Benjamin Okuka. He's familiar with most of those things. And within our community, we have really big resources. In some of resources and awareness, we are not lagging behind. And I'm sure the community is going to pick up very, very well. We can partnership with the Habitat for Humanity to get a big haul like this done. And we should also congratulate our outgoing president. Marco Pio did a lot of good jobs on the ground, and he has been reaching out. Where he's doing very well, we keep, yeah, this is a good area. And because all of us are looking at the interests of this community. I'm not trying to cut into your report, but there's good things that they have done. Instead of leaving our money that we have just dormant in the checking, he was creative enough, he moved some of the money in the CD. That places us in a better financial platform. And that money in the CD is generating income. And it put us easy that the bank itself is willing to give us what Abriela is talking about, the 250,000. The bank even tried to communicate to him already that, hey, you guys' balance sheet is clean and good. We can easily give you the loan. Now, if we just acquire land, say 2026, if we acquire the land, is it difficult for us? You know, we have in real estate a land that is not developed. The real estate taxes is very small. Say we get a land for 100,000 or 150,000, and the mortgage on that land is say 1,000. Is it difficult for all of us here to be able to pay 1,000 a month or 1,200 or 1,500 toward our own land? Is it difficult? How much do each one have to contribute to be able to make that? It's very easy. We can do it. Maybe everybody pay only like less than $10. We can just get one easy, or $20, we can just get that easy. A place we call our own. And that is the basis of the actually for us to see 50 years from now that actually exists. These children, the youth that you are seeing here, let's just set a foundation for them. When we have this center, they call their own. Every 2 years, all of them will come and they will transform this organization actually to a much bigger one. And they call a place of their own. The name Acholi will continue to exist because they will always come and call that is their own place and do the best. For us, all of you here, if you are over the age of 18, know that you have a responsibility. The responsibility is you have to step up. And this youth, it's not enough always to complain. Elders are not listening. Elders are not listening. People listen. But you need to also step up on the game. It's not enough only to complain when you step back. Some of us came here, we were in the 20s. When we wrote the Constitution back in 2001, with those of Ben Nkuga, we were young too. Leadership is not what is going to be taken to your house. You need to step up, try to step up and do well. I will congratulate the youth leader on which is doing very well. The young man who is here who gave us a lot of quiz yesterday, they're all doing well. Our future, we can see that there is a continuity. Let us stand together and support this project. And whatever we try to do, we are doing it out of good faith. It's a sacrifice. We were able to sacrifice for the sake of the motherland. What about for us here? Let us not focus back home now. The focus should be starting here. If there is any money that we are raising, we need to invest it in our own places. With this, I think I've spoken more. There are a lot of things for us to see that there is a reason why we should have a place we call our own. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a Runweng. Since I joining Ssana in 2017 in Tennessee, what been okay in Minnesota, and then I me better like can live too. So Karamati office, Kidama Yela Wajani. Community center was the first topic. Like in any medical equipment or read for 10 years. But Lily.
Mira wa kony kore wakotiegi long mi medical equipment. So ikarma wun wengu ye wu chwalo chingu wagamo chena watigo medical equipment wa chwalo gang. And then wachaka look the office one guy yelagi mono miro community center yo no miro beritie ma podi wan bongo bor office. Lakin taban unge mene Pino little but for the last 2 years man on the office, so he cannot handle project man. So sin wabara office for the chinwa tie, how can I help? Antaban sin wabere ka gwa chene tu nyo wajini trust tu nong pege Acholi community pilok motime igimo karange teka ochaka wajalong mi jogo chene mo chobo chunyure rie gimo timo karange lakini karamo bina yi office waja borowani ubware nong gimo karange je wako kare unen nong ngo ma wan waro matima na ki chene tuni. And Komberi, you guys put your trust, your office, Ssana. Sin wabwara office of gag, maling, log mommy, you might kena, or chiramala ngeo konepege. So, kinma, wabera ka yela getam, or waka yellow kelo logitin wakane. Uberigi twinne. Kauye tam en mokela boruni chene tuma birani timo gima o wajo kanyi ingwe mwagario ubin upen kidma chene tu tiyo kere pi ubera ringa moya chene kon lo jogo chiro kiremanino wajo LLC o tere chene toa wengini ke kanyi ali chene eni ubinera ka yone. So utam yamatut kapen matie upen ka making decision tie tin wa making pi uwe wa balo chena twani no komi bina kantin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Johnny, one minute on Kararong. Me question. How many minutes? Okay, me what 10 minutes? 10 minutes, you know. What we are going to do? Okay. What we are going to do? Kapenti pen, kakono pente. Then what you better pen manado gineta okimuno.
Thank you, Lady Yela. And my luck in Yiga Dominic Pashata. And I chung me supporting idea too. The experience manatie kede. 3 months ago, one in Boston, South Sudanese ki individual mogo, we raised 200,000. Dano mi area, everybody okwanya $1,000. We raised 200,000. Kawawilo Center. Like in Santa Munu Kial Ot, Madid, about 9 rooms. The rest of the money obino from the city, the Luangoni Beverly. Get Mago Konyogiwan. So now one is South Sudanese kuya, what here with that center. The same idea, Kawunongo, 200 people within this community are committed to raise minimum of 200,000, costing in 1 year, Kauketo gold to $83 or $85. Ka in mitiegi 1,000 peri, make cash. Put your target in 1 year, you want to raise that, or 6 months. And here down within one actually intellectual, there's people they can afford to give $1,000. You can even put these people as a shareholder
mi community center muno. You can use the idea of the 30 plus. Muno gimana mida medane. It's very simple. We can even do it today. Kawanong 100 people. We can raise that. If we find 200 people, and I will commit with $1,000. Just find people. We can do that.
Thank you, Dominic.
I will respond to you very briefly and direct, Dominic. That's a good suggestion that you have said. However, Acholi community, Ssana, want to have their own building and not having like a shareholder. Shareholders are the community when we are not buying shareholders. It will be something that we own without having it for any other person. Now, what I would suggest is this. You raise a very good point. That's the next thing that we were coming to. We don't have to like emulate exactly what, for example, New England did, but we can come out with our own model. This is something that is a work in progress. If we say, as we are living here today, we have a commitment, in the course of 2 years, that everybody agree that in 2 years' time you pay $500. That's all we are asking of you, $500. You make it in 2 years. If you can pay it all, fine. If you cannot pay it real quick, make it in 2 years, divide it and pay. That one we can actually be able to reach our target very soon. And another thing is that, as you said, we are not going to be folding our hand. We wanted to support fully what Dr. Benjamin and his cabinet will be doing to make sure that we reach out to the cities, we reach out to the state, and including the humanity, Habitat for Humanity, to partner with us to be able to achieve this. It is very doable. We have a lot of professionals within Acholi here. We are not going to leave anybody out. So we want it to be a collective strategy that we implement together as a community. When including the kids to be born from Acholi, call that place their own, so that we don't privatize it. It should remain as a community thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny, what we brought here is for the Ssana. I gave the example of LSSC because Chene Chawamio with intention meaning a profit lakini chama chenene okato. We cannot sue nobody, we cannot even look for nobody, we cannot find nobody. The money is gone. So chene mo penzi kiune kai kwanyo cha chene ne bosana. But benefit ne digi nongo digi kasana community center chungo nyingi berotie ye ni a yela yang okwanyo $500 or mio for community center. But initiative ne chake angeo pa Dominigi otimo. Wara chwele gimo malo wan peke. Watie number 1 Equatorial ka unena mabeko. Watie number 1 Equatorial gini gitira an example kiwa. We are doing great. Amira do upo chweng watie matek. Kai chik watie kere ka organization watie kere leadership watie kere. Watie kere ati obore Equatorial. Karama boro office kanye piani Equatorial bedo ka yellow on for a long time. Achirigi, guess what? It was chaos. A bit of board of directors. Chene beninge ko lojudo waraga yeke ne chene bino giman. Lakini nying dano le benine ko awane amira nena nying dano. Conference mo team and I was the chair of organizing committee. Watin anena nying dano ko mo contributing chene. Onyu la well ni 33,000. 33,000 no bino ni. We need the name of the people. That's why I declined Ringo. Give me the ring for presidency. On order here, I tell the president, Eska. But I declined. Because kid kamunu matia corruption amaroko. Amaro yo matia dokore. Owuna chele wutia dokore. So I'm gonna give another chance. Kapege. Yeah, Ladid Gina Lapai. Lapai, want to say something? Lambene, Ladid Lambene here. Kalas.
Okay, so on your discussion in Ramotero Kare, South Sudan ambassador is going to speak in 5 minutes. we will connect him in Zoom. So kayano log waramo dwaga yela ge team any for you guys to continue with your question. We are not cutting people off.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Modbodo, I think I was informed that nature put it here. Okay. One, I can't talk for one. I'm the grandfather of this gathering. No way.
Okay, middle of later.
Yeah, I'll look later.
Okay, we can what team connection pa ginani pa ambassador ni wako logiwa kawa duo chen. Alright, you can sit down. We'll come back.
I would have tried, but.
Well, you want to welcome him? I will welcome him here.
So what, you want me to what?
Probably welcome him to welcome the ambassador.
Can John? Go to the Wi-Fi again. Technical problem.
I can see that.
Big screen, like hotel. Nigerian. Yeah.
What is they waiting for? Connecting?
They are connecting. Is it ready?
What is the connection? They're working on the connection.
They're working on the connection.
Technical. Don't you watch about series?
Let me get in their connection. It's just getting yeah. Let me see.
Your ambassador?
Yeah, yeah. He's waiting. He read everything we
That
sent.
is the Zoom right there. The
One
link.
of me link must Zoom actually already. Yeah. Well, yeah.
So what will be the problem over there? They have that link, sir.
Yeah.
So they should just connect the link to that computer, and it will be on the screen. If not,
So,
Man political person. Para man mo pwede dyan. Kaya ni Mia pwede naman din information. Jajan.
Ano ba ang gini ko? Okay daw, 50%.
Yeah, of what? Come in. Yeah. You cannot be quiet.
PH scale.
I made it.
and take a beer almost.
I understand it's technology. Take your time. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
All right, everybody, let's quiet down, please. The ambassador is is online right now. So I'm going to welcome President Opio, to welcome him to give us the message. Mr. President, please welcome.
Thank you very much. Please, can I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. I'm here today as we're doing our Acholi, South Sudanese of North America conference. And I stand here before you today and want to welcome His Excellency Dr. Centeno Fidel Dickens, the Ambassador of the Republic of South Sudan in United States Embassy of Republic of South Sudan in Washington, D.C. Please give a round of applause. Ambassador, you're welcome.
Hello, I'm not getting you clearly. Can you get me? Can everybody get me?
Yes, everybody's getting you clearly, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you.
So, if I understood, I'm given the opportunity to speak, isn't it?
Correct.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Just give me a minute. We have some
I can hear you now. When you talk, I can hear you.
Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I guess let's change the speaking to the Can you hear me, Your Excellency?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Your Excellency, let me introduce myself again. My name is Mark Opio, the President of South Sudanese Acholi of North America. And I want to welcome you to speak to your people. This is your people that you represent them in the United States. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President Mark Opio. Dear brother, Mr. President Mark Opio, esteemed elders, women, elders, youth, and entire South Sudanese Acholi community in North America. Good evening. Thank you for the honor of your invitation. I'm deeply grateful that you have extended to the embassy and to me personally I am also pleased to extend greetings to you from His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit. I had fully intended to attend in person in Atlanta to celebrate this an important, significant Acholi occasion for two reasons. One, as your ambassador representing all our people, and secondly, as a member of your community, Luo community. However, due to an unforeseen official commitment, I was unable to travel, but I'm pleased that technology allows me to join you today to speak with you from Washington, D.C. Let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the Acholi community in North America. You have upheld your culture with dignity, discipline, and unity. You have preserved the songs, values, wisdom, and the identity of your ancestors, not only for yourself, but for all South Sudanese. When a community guards its cultures, it protects the soul of a nation. Your conference theme, Building a Acholi Family in North America, extends beyond a single community. It reflects what our nation needs, a resilient South Sudanese family everywhere in the world. Your pillars, your cultural preservation, your empowerment, women empowerment are not only Acholi's priorities. They are fundamental to a modern, unified, and thriving South Sudan. I encourage you to continue organizing such events that bring people together, remind us of our identity, and strengthen the bonds between our diaspora and homeland. And let me share a personal dream that I hold. I look forward to a day when all South Sudanese communities, Acholi, Denka, Nuer, Shuluk, Bari, Azanda, and you can name them, come together at the National Cultural Festival abroad, performing side by side and celebrating one identity, one nation, one future. This is how we build a united people. This is how we show the world the beauty and the strengths of South Sudan. Today, the Acholi community has set a commendable example. You have demonstrated organization, respect for culture, and strong leadership. You have embodied the spirit of unity that our country needs, especially in this crucial moment of our nation building. As your ambassador, I wish to state the following. The Acholi community are not forgotten. You are valued. You are the nation's strength and hope. Let us continue this journey together, united, proud, peaceful, and dedicating to building the South Sudan our children deserve. Thank you, Mr. President Opio, and thank you to every member of this community for sustaining the flame of Acholi culture and the spirit of South Sudanese unity, burning brightly in North America. I hope and wish that next year I will be able personally to attend with you, my people. May God bless you all. May God bless the Republic of South Sudan. And may God bless our unity always as one people. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and enjoy your celebration. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for your message to the Acholi community in North America. We are so grateful and honored for your commitment to our people, not just at home, but also here in North America. We appreciate you, and may God bless you. May God bless Acholi community, and may God bless South Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, everybody, so the program changed a little bit. We have, can I get everybody's attention, please? The program changed a little bit. We are going to allow Mark Opio office to come give their report. It will take about 20 minutes. And after that, everybody will go have lunch. And then after lunch, because in the program, we also have 2 hours of community discussion. That will be part of answer, like what do I yell gini, to make sure I get answer question 2, and then the discussion will go from there after that, Chamo. So right now, let's welcome Opio office to give their report.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Acholi oye! Kejela do jotua ai. Acholi oye! Uker man aware man nintin ninami yom twin. Please play that songs. Tin ninami yom twin. Piwa bedu wakuma kuma. Chala watie kamading. Watie in United States of America. Come on. Acholi tie in United States of America. Ninami yom twin. Kimonoko. Wayero office manyen tigabino. Ana chido katemo retirement. Ana miro wuna mara monto akonkida tiekere. Kimego tu akonkida tiekere. Portland, Maine. Portland, Maine, oh yeah. Uti in the Atlanta, oh yeah. Chicago, oh yeah. Minnesota, oh yeah. Canada, love it. I love energy. I'm more like an energy person, right? I can kick, I can run, I can do anything. I'm so happy to see Ladido Do. Although God bless you, although Ssana took office, I remember Kinama Podijon is setting there. I'm not going to waste time. But in Tennessee, although stood up, Karami, medical equipment, fundraising. You got to remember this. Although in stood up, although $1,000 in medical equipment. And anapenya we are kana. Awa ikala di de timo. An kono machi the doctor atio atimo kopingo. Although have the courage, the heart, the love for his community, I want to say thank you, Ladid. God bless you, and God continue to bless you. Thank you. Would you ready? Thank you. This is what I liked.
Very good. You did a good job. You know how to get
Yeah,
that's good.
Yes, yes. I'm going to go.
Yeah, we are married. Abino married. Abino.
No, I'm not to
Oh. Okay. Where can come?
Wabed Ginepin, Piwagal Cha, Cha Tim Maraj. Did you pick it up? Ciao Tim Maharaj. Wabed Ginepin. Wabed Ginepin. Ayet unke unu berikanye. Hey, Lina, Amir unkanye. Wabed Ginepin. Dano ti achira wago, lamira mi report. Kone question do bino after. Acholi. Apoya won Chinya yom. Emogario mawana bedi office. Watiyo gini wenka kachel. It's not about me. It's not about me. Tijtua Mautio office. One wing at Tio Tijas. Don't take me opio motio titi. Amirani, include yourself into our journey. Wachiro kamio financial report. Very brief, very precise, in point. Kai take questions, ipenyo. The way we set the financial institution for Ssana, Karapa Ladit, Aramara ine, Pogimeti Mobada Acholi. Who don't come to Ladit, Pibiano, please. Probano. I'm sorry to pronounce your name wrong. Ingon Acholi koya. One of you getting out chain getting yod. But Laditio set the foundations. And it will build on his legacy too. So Apo Ladit. Fredo team, don't forget. Muno Juma analog again all the time. Of course, my beautiful mother, Mama Helen, my Secretary General, Rudy O'Cott from Canada. Please come on down. My Secretary General for Finance, Esther Alphonse from Canada. I may not take the moment to reflect that, you know, kombedanati chungokan lange apeke, lakin he's okay. Teacher dio ene, ladid ben kanga, apo teach peri ladid. Muno, of course, the two ladies mo bedukanyeni. Office parapo beduyot. Office are facing difficulties, and I cry out loud for who naturally makana individual ma reach out to you. Aningeo komikeni kenyo. Karama I reach out. Be an office, me finance, me Acholi, me Ssana. Secretary of Finance Manongoni or be bailed out. But collection me conference better easy for me. The former secretary la yet Johnny Wumi kon bola ye Wumi kon wudong ching bola yet. My niece, I cannot say how much I love you. Lily Agoro, she stood up for my call. Please, who don't change your body? Muno, and then Angel called Mr. Lotara Tekwene, the Secretary of Education, and then Ongwai Tekwene, but anyways, Kone Gibino. Mama Helen, and a bit of the chair lady, me council of elders. Unungeo karama peko tiegang, Acholi, karama peko tiegang. Wani noko, look for commissioner, ki look pa Oringa Daniel. One Latina Goro and one Latino mayor. Actually, Wuchula Chienda is $80,000 US. Ma chula. But it requires a diplomatic communications. Look at your cover. And myself, I went up to South Sudan to meet with individual kuja me make sure Latin again with your support. It was a tough moment in my life. It tested me. Now we can do something better. As Kawabino Kakarachel. Look, Midyang. Acholi ngam Acholi eyes went to ear. Would you ready? Okay. Diang, okay, lo diang lo Acholi. One in a call again. I make call one wing, pull one end, what better get zoom. What been going on? What been going what am I on? Maria Molodiang. Lovacholo don't quene, but actually, yes, ultimate distractions. But as of now, actually remain actually. This is something that we gotta know. Actually remain actually because of all of you. And then we never shy away from protecting our land. Okay. Kawati ready? Let me know, Mr. Secretary General. It will alert so that Danoti and this is a brief financial statement. We're going to name my bear, we name my bear. I'm in a local actually, we're down on the Ogeni channel, Pasana da Tie Kamabe. Karamana Kwan office, Achaoki on my, well, let me face this way. On my right, let me start from there and then come to my left.